Two are sent to relegation. Now, this is what the bracket is looking like at the moment. As you can see, upper bracket final, Patera versus Guns. Whoever wins this stays in ECL. Whoever loses plays versus the winner of BetClick versus Rebels. So that is going to be a killer matchup that I believe will be happening over the next couple of days as well. So those are the matches that we've had, and unfortunately, a lot of teams already done and in relegation or below now as well. So that's the matchup that we have. And this is quite an interesting one because these two teams have played versus each other in previous weeks of this season. Now, they both happen to be in the same group. They were both in Group A. Actually, Patera coming bottom, second to bottom last. And then, of course, Guns, unfortunately, coming bottom of their group. And I've been joined by Mac, like magic.
Hello. How you doing?
Doing
How are
good,
we
thanks.
all?
How are you?
Sorry, I got incredibly trolled by a delivery driver who was just driving super slowly down the road when he was supposed to be outside. But we're here. I delivered myself just
Was
in
it
time
anything
before the beep.
interesting, or was it just something really boring?
It's protein and pre-workout and things that to me are interesting, but to other people may not be interesting. So that can be a
Gotta have it, gotta
conversation
have
for
it.
another time. But yeah, where did we get to? We went through the bracket.
Bracket. Let's have a look at the
Beautiful.
schedule for today, actually, then, because we've had a couple of games, and there's of course a couple of games going on generally across the board today as well. So as you can see, Apogee versus Rebels Gaming. I believe that is being brought to you on the A stream by Alan and Mr. Grimmy Rana as well. And then on this channel, we've got Patera versus Guns.
Yeah, and that's going to be a banger. I'm keen to see exactly what they bring to the table. They're still in the upper bracket, and they're here for a reason. Patera, they have some names that I'm more familiar with than Guns, and Guns apparently have been, making their way into the top 50 globally ranked. So I'm keen to see exactly how they shape up. It is going to be sort of those Eastern European players for the most part, and they're always, full of firepower. So it's going to be a very interesting one head to head.
Exactly. As you said, a couple of players that people might know. Earlier in the year, I think it was around May, they picked up the core of Cybershokes. That's Ona, Elian, and Shinniches, I think it was. So that's going to be the core of the roster there. And then, of course, you've got Elian still on the all. Ona, I believe, is IGLing. And then to round out, you have Lollipop 21K, who I thought I remember seeing was benched.
Yeah.
But might be playing.
But he must be playing today. Looks like he's going to be filling in for... My brain's working overtime. Supra,
yeah.
So we'll see if Supra ends up being in there or if it is going to be Lollipop 21K. And on the gun side of things, we got Finnegan, Zelo, Easy, Celta, as well as Teeny. And tell me how terribly I went with those pronunciations.
I'll be honest with you, some of these I don't know either. We're winging it until we are corrected otherwise. But an interesting roster because they actually benched Finnegan a month or so ago, back in August. Well, we're in October now, so a bit over a month ago. How time flies. So that changed midway through the season, wondering how much that's really going to affect it. And of course, I've got Sdain playing instead. But I think it's an interesting matchup, as we said, they played versus each other. I think it must have been week 1 all the way back in July. And actually, it was a 3-map series that Patera did end up just about winning.
Yeah, well, let's see if we get that same map pool or if it is going to be a bit of a shift up. I'm looking at, if I had to take a stab at where this is going, I'm feeling like a Dust 2 Mirage and then probably Nuke or Ancient is that third.
Yeah.
Definitely more towards like an Ancient, I think.
Honestly, Patera's map veto is all over the place. It could go anywhere. But I need to ask you, who are you predicting to win this?
I'm going with Patera. Even though they aren't the favorites on paper, I know people on that team, and that's enough for me. So I've lent that way for this matchup. And then last time, of course, they did manage to get that win in the best of 3. So maybe they have another advantage that we aren't quite aware of. Maybe it is just the map pool. Who knows? Who knows?
I'm going to agree with you on that one. Last time they played, they just looked so much better. And Guns, they've been struggling a little bit. They have been putting in the reps around the Tier 2 scene, lots of CCT, for instance, which may have changed how they've been playing over the past couple of months, may have given them time to fine-tune some stuff and take the victory here. But going to go with what history has told me. But our player of the match to watch, our Gidia player to match, is going to be Elian. Because they've been looking really strong on the AWP recently. They're just consistently good. And regardless of who takes the victory, I think it's a player that you can expect to see turning up regardless of what the outcome is.
Yeah, and he's made his way around a lot of teams. I think for me is when he was in Tropic is when he was sort of doing his best work in the last couple of years. So knowing that he's here and hopefully he brings his A game today, online CS2 can go any way.
Especially as an
literally
AWPer,
any way.
yeah.
Yeah, so it has gotten better. We've seen a lot more aggressive AWPing become a bit more successful as of late, but we'll see if we get that kind of Elian today or if we're going to see him sitting back just watching deep lines.
Exactly. Now, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. And the veto that we do have in right now, as you said, Vertigo not likely to be seen here. It is Guns permaban. But other than that, I think anything is really fair game here. So it looks like we're going to see Dust2 and Mirage with a nuke decider, which you did, of course, cool. Dust2, I think, is an interesting one to be picked by Guns. They've actually banned it quite a bit. They have played it twice versus Batera previously, and they lost. Close, 11-13. And then they've played it versus Apogee. They won 13-10. So it's been close both times. Whereas Dust2, for the likes of Batera, they've played it a bunch. They've been happy to, sort of float it. Mirage, a map that I feel like everyone's happy to play. It's been floated for both of these teams almost every series. And then Nuke as a decider, I think, is a brilliant way to end. I genuinely think that does favor Batera, though, because that's a map that they actively pick into routinely.
Yeah, I feel like, Nuke is looking pretty dangerous for Batera. But look, last time them and Guns went head-to-head, it was about 2.5 months ago now. And, Guns slaughtered them. But I guess it depends on what side they start. Look, Batera managed to beat Rebels on it just the other day. And then looking down, didn't go super well against both Eyeballers and 3D Max either. So it's, it's looking unlikely. Maybe it's going to be a situation where Batera need to do it in 2 if they are going to do it. And then, of course, if you want to play at this level of gameplay, remember the ESEA season, where are we up to now?
51,
season 51.
yeah.
Holy hell. The open registrations are currently open. So if you and a bunch of friends want to make a team, get it together and play some ESEA, now's the perfect time to go and register.
This is also your emergency warning if you are a team that is already signed up or has played previous seasons to check your memberships. I cannot state that enough. The number of teams that I have seen unable to play because somebody, even 1-2 players, have not had an active subscription. So go check your subscriptions as well if you are already signed up to play, because you don't want that to be the thing that ruins it for you. But yeah, absolutely the way to work up to Challenge League. It is going to take you at least 2 seasons to get there unless you win open, straight to advance, straight to challenger, which I don't know if we've actually seen happen, at least not in recent times, I don't think.
Yeah, not for a while.
No.
In particular, I wouldn't have seen it because I haven't paid attention to any open or anything other than like a challenger league for Europe. So I'm definitely not the person to be asking. But if you did want to play, the registration closes tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you get your registration in as soon as possible, or you're going to miss out. And you don't want to miss out.
Do it today, because of course time zones, you also don't want time zones to be the thing that ruins this for you as well. So get that done today, sign up, and maybe potentially in a couple of seasons time we see some new people joining the ranks of Challenger League.
One day. Look, there are so many sharp individuals, especially around the Faceit sphere, just farming. They know how to play the game. So many people over here in Europe, I found, all know how to play the game. They're incredibly intelligent individuals, and if you find yourself in a team, maybe you can be the next bloody ZywOo. Who knows?
That's high aspirations, high goals there, but I respect it. Maybe the next ZywOo is sat out there waiting. But what we do have to contend with first is Dust2. And it looks like a pretty standard, a lot of utility coming out from Guns here, buying into the Molotovs and smokes early on for much lack of the weaponry here. Oner taking a lot of space. They've already sort of entrapped them round doors.
Okay, staying in an interesting position. Going to invest a molly just to try to escape here safely, which is going to be more difficult on paper, but he was able just to cross to safety. Now, bomb planted, 5v5. Looks like short control's going to be there. Xylo, ooh, okay, big swing. Nice couple of shots there on the Glock.
That's going to ruin a lot of the retake here. Suddenly numbers a lot more thin and staying there. We saw the molly invested to just try stay alive and actually paying off in the long run because they've been able to secure that kill now. Jez and Massivai going to be trying to get something done, anything done, and now it's just dancing around the doors, and that's going to be that. Guns taking the pistol round relatively smoothly.
That was an interesting round for sure. But look, We'll see if Batera can hit back or if they just want to take the eco. They had so much map control through mid, but that was the problem. You know, they thought they could retake A. They didn't really have the structure or any more of the map to retake A. So it didn't work as planned, and then they never managed to deal with Dame towards top mid, and that came back to bite them. But new rounds, and we just got Shinejez with the Deagle. So we'll see if he's going to be able to find some damage.
I did see them briefly float the idea of the scout, and I think maybe a good idea that they didn't, especially given that they have decided once again to go for this really crazy, aggressive early map control. And actually, they might be able to catch Tina off guard here, not quite expecting it, but superior weaponry reigns supreme. And suddenly, attention being called away. They kind of had gambled towards the right side that they were heading over towards, but unfortunately, bomb planted now and being picked apart by Celta, but overrun by the others. Now, Sadame left to pick up the pieces. The kills go one away, but Shinejaz desperately trying to get it done here. Maybe a bit too far gone to secure the round, but definitely getting the damage in.
Anymore, and that is an incredible round out of Batera. But I don't know if he's going to be able... Oh, okay, given an opportunity there, but no extra shots taken. And Charlo going to just be able to get his mitts on that AK, escape successfully, and it's looking like there is going to be an AK retrieved for Batera as well. So all things considered, that is a very solid end to the round as they enter their first gun round.
It is, and guns a little bit expensive towards the end there, maybe when they probably didn't want that to be the case, but it does mean that they aren't going to have as messy of a bonus round here. Because they don't have those weapons, they are going to be forced to buy up into something a little bit better. We can see Easy on the AWP already, and I wonder how it's going to work if Batera keep up this maniacal aggression on CT side.
Gun's going real fast through lower. And Batera, heavy presence for long control. Managed to drop Tripe there. And Gun's just going to be going straight up short. So we'll see if they are able just to go for the full execute.
Yeah, the utilities definitely forced them to be a little bit slower than it looked like the intention was. I think maybe that might work to their benefit, actually. But they do have to contend Massivul here. There's a little bit of a spidey sense that people are coming. They are just going to back away for a sec, though.
Okay, dropping to CT, that's spotted. Massval wants to deal with it, but again, that AWP is just going to be trying to lock him in from Easy. Resmoke onto CT, and they're going to go for the full B split. Oh, ramp push gets demolished by Owner here. Great little spray down. It's going to be traded for one, but Shinejez up on the window has now been seen. It's all down to the timing. Swinging around, almost able to find both of them. Easy in an odd position, smokes his way to try and get back into sight. The bomb is down, open. Masval going to be spotted there as Xylo goes through double doors, and now we've got a 2v2 situation.
They expended so much utility to try get through spawn there as well. So they've not got much to work with. A single Molotov that's going to be heading over the window there. But not even able to line up the shot. Right idea, wrong execution. And now Jello left to try pick this up. They do have to deal with somebody from both sides. With how passive this is, all they've got to do is whittle down this time. There's not a kit available.
Ooh, nice shot out of Tripex. Good wide swing. And that's going to be the first on the board. We see Batera successfully retake with 2 alive, or retrieved, as well as an AK juggled across. It's looking A-okay, and even a nice incendiary picked up. So, nice little scavenger job after winning the round, and they're looking to tie the score up to a piece. Guns with a bomb plant. They could go for a hero AK here. They could try and do some kind of sneaky thing, but it looks like the all-in is what we're going to get.
All in risky business here. Luckily, T-side maybe less of a risk than on the blue counterpart here, but still not going to be ideal if they can't find much in this round. A bomb plant, couple of kills would be nice at the bare minimum. But once again, they're getting very aggressive early, and Batera, I think they've kind of gotten onto this a bit, and they are getting ready for it. Elian in the right position to find some impact here.
Tight line to be holding, but doesn't quite work out for himself. Molotov at mid burns Celta down to about half, but we're now going to see Celta out in the mid cutout. Respected, Batera just falling back into a 3-2 split.
See, Steam's definitely having a little bit of a poke in the tunnel there, trying to see if there's any way for them to get around. But honestly, they've not been too worried about generalized map control. They've sort of decided where they want to go and just headed with pinpoint accuracy here. And that might cause some issues for them because Patera's kind of whittled down where they are now by, well, lack of information anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, I think they just got the info that there was that scout at mid. You did see Shine Jez going for that jump peek in through window. Ooh, and Xylo going to be mollied off. Good timing on that incendiary to buy a couple of seconds. Smoked off. Masval up on the wall. Has an awkward angle to fight from. Needs to tap those heads. But it's Elian doing work from the A-ramp instead. 2 apiece. They mop them up. And the short push does not work out for Guns.
Rough round there because they'd invested heavily given how, well, kind of messy their situation was financially. And now they're going to be left with nothing because not a single kill in that round, which given what they put into it, not what you want to be seeing come out of them early. They're tying up the scoreboard nice and early and actually not having to rebuy anything is going to be the nice start to padding their economy in the background to have that to fall back on if they need to. And Guns, once again, just going straight for the conga lines. On the pistol round, makes a little bit more sense, though. And Tripex, nice nade to soften them on up. I was going to say they are ahead of it, however. They are just going to hold themselves down. Can he line them up? Nope, only good for one here. Massive going to be needed. Has the help of Elian as well to hold the flood back.
Guns even cancelling, realizing there's too much danger around the corner. And we'll just stay together. I like the spacing that they're bringing into this round and managing to get that M4 could help them out. But we'll see if it can get put into a position to find impact. It's going to be full rotation safely through T-spawn. And Shine Jez, let's see if he's going to be ready for it and even maybe joined by Owner, who's got all that utility.
Is if he decides to commit to this B site, they could just lock them out of this site. And given that there's only a minute on the clock, if they can stall this out for as long as possible, that's going to buy them all the valuable seconds in the world. But actually, Guns, they're hesitating now. Massive spots the first, knows that it's probably not going to be an isolated incident. Running on back, has the Molotov ready, going to force out the fight here. Actually, they are just going to hide behind the door. Owner spots the first, takes down the first and second, lining it up, damage through the door. Going to get all 3 as well to secure themselves a 3rd consecutive round and finally take the lead.
Not bad at all. Great start to the CT side after losing the pistol and that following round, but Guns again going to be able to buy up into this one. The Terra's economy starting to rise through the roof, Elian especially, up towards 9k. Even after reinvesting in all that utility. And he's got a spawn for lower, maybe? Where's he going with this one? Just peeking close towards mid doors. Again, Gun's going to be taking that spawn towards a long. Tripex respects it. Just throws a nade for safety. And flashes to get the info. Should have spotted Teeny there in the pit. And he's just going to go up the site instead.
Exactly, and now that's Patera's answer. They know that they've been very heavily just stacking one location. So you can see crawling a little bit through mid here. They're going to close out towards B, make sure there's no one hiding in the tunnels and that's clear. And then all of a sudden the information has to be, well, they're not B. We can't see anything at all mid. So it's got to be A. They can start moving more pieces on over to reinforce this site.
Battle over towards mid goes in favor of Guns. It's going to be a bit of extra space created and draws attention away from long, which is incredibly important for the rest of the round. Smoke on the cross. And Terra just trying to figure out when to make their move, but it's Xylo just collapsing on short here. Finds the first, but not the second. Tripex making it incredibly difficult for him. And Masval here, just behind the short box, is going to have a friend to help him out. No clutch for Teeny. And that's going to be 4 in a row for Batera.
There's so many moments here that Guns look like they're about to swing the round, that they get a kill, maybe not necessarily because they have the right information or the right read quicker, just because they're managing to get those kills. But luckily, Batera, they're playing very nicely off of each other. No kill is going untraded, which means that when they're getting these opening picks, it just spirals the round for Guns. They find it very difficult to come back into this. I like that they have actually sent somebody somewhere else on the map. They have sent Celta over over towards, well, I was going to say over towards B, through the tunnels towards mid, maybe to help clear out and alleviate some of that pressure. Honestly, on a little bit of suicide mission here, just charging through the doors.
Yeah.
But there's the opening pick once again. The rest of them just waiting, and Tripex is here to line them up. They do kind of clear him, but not very well. Only good for one, however. Masterful looking to take up the mental, but not able to do so either. Elian, next up to the chopping block. Missed shot, needs to fall back, line up, and wait for the next.
Timing's damn good, but the spray not going to be able to follow through at all. ShineJez 1v3 angle now. With a softened up rifle and Stame across the top. ShineJez finds the first. 2 bullets onto Stame. A couple onto Easy without that armor. But it's all boiling down to the timing and where ShineJez decides to go. Guns delaying the plant.
It's difficult fight back here as well, especially since you know there are two. One crawling round catwalk, probably expecting you to just re-emerge from the tunnel. ShineJez has to isolate these two fights and actually is going to be given the space. Easy is very worried about mid here. ShineJez needs to get a move on, however. That catwalk player re-emerges. He is caught out in the open. There it is. It's the Tech-9s and the Eco buy that gets it done. What a round for Guns to get themselves back into this with.
That'll flip the economy somewhat, managing to pick up a couple of those extra bits and pieces. Orphan M4 brought across into this round. And we're seeing Easy with the B spawn, the best B spawn, look in that direction. As well as Xylo, who may be going for the long control. Looks like they're going to fake long with a couple of flashes and then maybe just commit to B. Easy on the line. But no CTs crossing into the danger.
Elian, lovely angle, not able to connect the shot, just going to back away with their life there. In the meantime, Tripex has found that opening pick once more. Elian knows that they're in the tunnel, waiting for them to emerge with that smoke. They're not going to dare disrespect it, not with an AWP on the other side. Nona just falling back, trusting that what a name. ShineJez has got his back, holding on to main. Now, attention is focused over towards mid.
Nona should spot this with the jump peek. Looks like he has. Gonna try to flash for his teammate to go through. Flash not effective though. Stame ready and fully aware of what was going down. Looks like Elian actually caught one just over the top of the smoke in the meanwhile. Second opportunity gonna be missed. And now it's gonna be the push into CT until Tripex stops it. Bomb still trying to figure out where it wants to go. With 45 on the clock, they're running into Elian. And there is one flash to try and get past him. It goes high, it blinds him. Great utility. But, oh, okay, the shot opens up the round.
That HE grenade is going to give away the fact that there is somebody still hiding in long. They are just going to throw a smoke to cover the plant, get that down safely. They do now have to worry about the players coming in from CT, but Tina dispatches of the first. Easy jumps on up. That bomb is now down. He has 2 to contend with, and neither are on his hit list. That's going to be another round right back for Batera. They let Guns get 1, but that is all that they will allow. And actually, just stopping the defuse to make sure that they pick up the weapons that they want here. They've got the AWP saved over for Elian, who has actually been finding a little bit more success with the rifle, but as we said, CS2 online, sometimes it is the better call.
Yeah. I didn't hate that. That was, you know, taking both spawns as best as they could, slowing it down. And Guns are really working mid in, like, a solid way. Batera, as soon as some of the cracks start to show, I feel like Guns is going to be able to run over them. But at the moment, everything's working. People are hitting their shots on Batera. So, you know, the game plan is still working. And Elian, again, just going to be taking a dangerous peek through mid. Masval wanting to fight here at long, going through his own smoke, and it's the right choice. Incredible shot out of T-Near to trade. Nice swing. Tripex straight into the scope. Easy. And the A-site defense crumbles, but it's already been reinforced.
Exactly. The benefits of those early picks, and what a crazy disrespect of the smoke from Massive. Fortunately, didn't yield much long-term results there. But Guns, they are still wanting to hit A, and Batera, they're getting a little bit uncomfortable, very worried about mid still, but Owner, not heard anything on B, diligently waiting. Actually, they've just allowed so much space for Guns inadvertently here.
Ooh. Crossing through. Smoke gets broken. Bit of info that someone's overlooked Goose as well as the player on site that's planted. That third man still unknown. That's easy all the way at long side. And we're going to see Batera go 3 up short. 1 flash, couple of bits of util to try and get back in.
Definitely a difficult one to weasel out. All utility from the side of guns is now gone, so they have to do this with the guns alone. Ona jump down. That's going to be heard here. The smoke clears at just the wrong second. 2 sets of eyes train themselves on him, but Shinajez has it. Celta last left alive. Peek over the top. Almost gets it. I think he thought he got the kill, but not quite. The Orc thrown up to collect, so Elian can pick up another weapon. And beautiful stuff there. That hurts to watch.
Yeah. The spray control looked good until it didn't work. Unlucky.
I think it was just one of those things, you know, where you think you've killed an enemy. You could have sworn that you'd done enough damage, and then you look back and they're still walking. We've all done it. We're all human.
Yes, quite unfortunate.
It hurts.
We'll see if they can pick it up now. That bomb plan allows them yet another bite. A couple of Galils, and they're not going to go quickly through long, respecting that incendiary. TripX going to refresh that set of util. Okay, Molly gets smoked, flash across the top, and they're trying to figure out if they want to bite, if they want to hold. What's going on here? Back to CT they go, and Guns getting ready to just swing with the numbers. Nice little pick by Xylo. And Masval, awkward position, but he's going to be able to make it work.
This is so messy. Massival, the king of disrespecting these smoke grenades. Patina with 2 might just have bought themselves enough of a window. Celta really needs to be the difference maker here. I don't know if they're aware that he is hiding there, but he has to do something, anything to make this even a little bit easier for Tina. Time running out, however. They've managed to get rounds and they've managed to corner him. Tina's got no idea that they're waiting for him.
Quite unfortunate. Celta just taking a wee bit too long. And will be spotted, dealt with. Nice round again out of Batera. Guns just getting outplayed at the moment.
This is their map pick, which is the Warrior as well. And yes, it is a CT-sided map. Maybe a 7-5 half with a pistol, but looking at a 7-3 where they've really been struggling to find very much at all. I somehow doubt that's the scoreline we're going to be ending up with here, especially given that they are on naught, but these, I say naught, but these Tech 9s, they've actually upgraded to a hero rifle. Tin are going to have to find something magic here. It seems to be the only one of the team that's in the frag department today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we'll see if the other boys all decide to fire up, or warm up rather, into the game. Some teams, of course, can be slow starters. Maybe they'll feel more comfortable on that CT side when they get there. But for the moment, 2 rounds left. Going relatively all in this round. The AK to Tini, flash in. Here comes the XC. There goes the spray down, and this one is going to be a quick one.
Celta is putting up a final stand, but it's all but one, and this one hurts a little bit. And you said that, you know, hopefully that they warm up into this. Last time that these 2 teams played, this was, again, Guns map pick, and they had a fairly decent start. I think it was it a 6-6 half, I think it was? So very even. But Batera, they've clearly been practicing this map. They've clearly been quite confident on it as well. And Guns, they've got enough to sort of force into this round. The Galil, of course, is never ideal. But nothing really too much to complain about here. They're going out long once again. Masterful deciding to disrespect everything once again. And this time it will not go unpolished. Sedame getting 2. And that's exactly the opener that they needed. And Ona, you can tell, hesitant. Just watched his team get obliterated. And reinforcements aren't quite here yet.
I mean, not as good as he would have liked. A 1-for-1, not good enough given the scenario. And now Shinejez and Elian both have a whole lot of work to do. Jez, dumping. Gets that underarm molly off, but he won't stop the plant. Gives up his life to nothing, and it's a 1v4 that does not work out for Elian. That's going to be that for the first half. Batera lead by 4.
4 rounds needed to close the gap for Guns on their own map pick here. Last pistol rounds, we did see them just about manage to secure, but it's going to be an interesting one and definitely a round they need to win on this CT side. If they want to give themselves the head start, they need to catch up here.
Let's see where we end up. Batera taking the mid/A spawn. Masval looking to flash them on the mid line if they hear any footsteps, but there goes the banger. Celta playing all the way at the back of pit with Dame baiting on the corner, and it looks like after clearing mid Batera, they are going to go for a re-aggression at long. No flashes to do so, so it's just going to be manpower.
This is a difficult fight. You take the first and then 4 more appear, but manages to get away with their life just about. Celta's hiding though, they haven't expected it. He gets the first, well, as he descends upon him. Can he find anything more? He's backed into a corner here. Easy trying to alleviate some of the weight, but only able to get one. And Shinajez going for more and more now. 2v3 as they approach site. Now reinforcements, they're not far away. I say actually, they're deciding to go around the world a bit here.
Okay, getting that plant down is definitely the first step to a solid half. And with the man advantage, Shinajez just going to be tucked away. Masval looking like he's going to try and play contact and get some information from the middle of sight. Elian head down over towards the car, and now with the info, it's going to be a 3-man swing, and it's looking very rough for Tini. He gets dinked to 3 HP. We'll take one with him in Shinajez, but that's going to be a 9th on the board. Batera going off on the pistol and probably running away with this map.
Probably, yeah. The fact that Tina lives as long as he does there. Dead man walking for about 10 seconds. But, Guns, they are just struggling a lot here, you know, especially on the CT side. We saw how they were playing on their T side where they were just funneling all in one direction for, 90% of the half. That's not an option here now. And a lot of the impact that they had was when they were playing in these overwhelming groups and they were getting these opening picks by just running these just random Batera players on down. Batera now, they can be a little bit crazy with this one. They have to be careful because Jello has found his way all the way up mid. Elian is waiting to receive, but I don't think was quite waiting for that. Now, 2 more players approach. Jello very much trapped here. There's no escaping. Fish in a barrel. You're trapped in a corner. And now that's a kill apiece, but this definitely favors Batera right now.
Yeah, especially with a lot of control here at mid. Good spacing, timing. It's good. The flash looked good for Guns, but they're still going to be able to work with this flank. Tini slowly but surely coming in all the way through T-spawn. But Batera realizing, you know what? They're doing some weird stuff. Let's just group up. Guns out. We got rifles. They got pistols. Let's just do the right thing.
Gotta get a move on though, because there's people coming behind. Tripex, I think, has sensed it, holding for this flank as well. Spots the shadow, takes the shadow on down before he even rounds the corner. And now there is a little bit of a split here that they could try and work with. I say that Dame hits the deck and now Justina left alive again. Not for long. Shinajez gonna get that kill. Bomb planted just for good measure as well. And that's double digits for Batera.
Rough situation for Guns, but they will be moving on to their first gun round, and this is where they need to make a comeback happen, if at all. Tactical going to be used by Batera, so they can just have a quick chat about how they want to operate. They don't necessarily have the best spawns for either site, so they just have to decide how they want to navigate against Guns. What do we got? I thought Easy went straight for that AWP, but it looks like he sold that straight away, right?
I think I saw it, unless you and I are both having some sort of mass hallucination. But I like the idea, and I like that they've gone into a little bit more utility here. However, if they're not going to play in as much of a structured capacity, then maybe the AWP would have been the play. As you can see, he sold everything, might still be going for it. There we go. Deciding who needs utility, who needs armor, glass cannon, AWP. But Elian is on the other side here. It's a battle of the sniper rifles.
I like that. Is it just a door smoke?
Think so.
Nice. Nice and easy, that one. It's going in the playbook.
Very simple. Doesn't even have to take that fight, risk his life, can just move elsewhere, and actually decides to move on up. They are taking the battle to them. They've taken all this long control, not heard anything. They are going to have to try and rotate fairly quickly unless Jello can find a nice little multi-kill here.
Good position here. Gazing over the top of Big Box, can dodge these first waves of flashes. Doesn't get away from the second, but he will be able to get first blood there. Easy chiming in as well, and this B-pop has not hit much. Elian going to be able to stand tall, try and bait attention away from Owner at mid, who only gets one himself, and now it's a 1v3 angle. Elian, toe-to-toe with Easy, who had the glass cannon, gets 2 and a round off the back of it. 5 on the board now, and Guns, they are chasing.
They've decided to keep the second orb as well, so we're going to be seeing the double orbs coming on out here. And yeah, the glass tank, I was a little bit confused as to whether that was going to be the right play or not, but actually works out very well for them. Terra, they concede 1 round, and actually they are just going to force into this one. They've got such a buffer that, you know, even if this is the round that destroys their economy a little bit because they can't win it, it's a little bit of a landslide. They know that they have the buffer to be able to afford to pull rounds like this out of the bag. And Guns, hopefully that's a little bit of confidence they need to try get themselves back into this. Because it felt like a little bit of a write-off map when they lost the pistol. And Easy missed shots, that's going to be a problem because suddenly they have taken so much space down mid.
Ooh, jumping across. Owner mollied out of the cranny and will not get to safety. Butera 4 here. Going to be potentially exposed by that HE. Ooh, Easy. I think he spotted the barrel.
Not quite
attention away.
Not quite enough to get the kill with. Yeah, you're right. But barrel spotted, and worst case scenario, that's a little bit of information. He's able to back on up, get ready in case they decide to head catwalk instead, which it looks like they are planning to do. And they've got that presence from Stame up, checking that there's nothing coming to us, so doesn't even have to worry about that.
T-Near pop flash at the ready. Just waiting for the contact to be made from Easy. You don't see that one coming through the leaves of the tree. Oh, nice shot out of Elian. And Butera, they are all going to be blind. T-Near, how many can he get? The answer's 1.5. Not too bad. Stame from long tapping away. Gets big damage done. But Tripex might have the space to plant here. Stame knows it. It's going to be going in with the HE. And that's beautifully played by Guns.
Yeah, lovely little combo at the end there. The HE to soften up and try force the fight a little bit. But Guns looking very nice. Butera, they are going to be on an eco here. Money has run sort of dry for them. But again, as we said, they've got the round buffer to work with. Still not quite sweating just yet. Guns, they are starting to come into their own, and they're still running this double orb, and it's actually working fairly well for them. Easy was meant to be their primary orb, having a little bit of a slower game still. There is plenty of time to continue warming up, however, and Jello luckily decides not to put too much stock into peeking mid because there's that boost. Easy, however, is not going to make the same decision. Goes, dismantles the boost.
Ooh,
and there's the second one.
Double orb. This round, it's in the bin for Butera. P250s. And a Glock is not the combination you want to try and clutch with. And it's just going to be full oppression in uppers. See you later, Owner. And 7 found by Guns. So the game is not over yet. Butera are looking for a round. And Guns is not budging.
No, they are not. Elian still not able to afford that orb. All they need to do is kill one of the Guns players and steal one of those 2 orbs back. But actually, finding moderate success on the Scout. It's been coming back into fashion a little bit. I don't know if you've noticed that, Mac, is the Scout is being played again, and I'm not sure how I feel about it.
I'm a fan.
You a fan?
I like, well, when you watch the shots, usually it's crazy. And that's why I like it, you know? It's high-octane gameplay, and that's what I believe Counter-Strike should be. None of this game time business. All right, that's boring.
Exactly.
It's a Yapper's heaven, but it is boring to watch. Let's be real.
It was one of the events that they were holding in London. Is every time James saved, the whole crowd booed, and then for every single series after that, anytime any player from any team saved, the crowd would just boo. It got that boring.
It's true. It's true. Although it does give you more time to drink. So.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Have a little sip. Have some snacks.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, we're getting quite a quiet start to the round. I think this might be the most passive we've seen of a round this entire map.
Yeah, Gun's going heavy towards A this round. Stame, quick pivot in CT, but this pop into short has not gone well for Celta. On a tight line and gets dealt with nicely. And now Guns still at least have that 3-man defense towards the A site. Easy has been pretty self-sufficient so far with that AWP, and this timing works out for Elian. Ready with the scout, takes the head off a Stame. Close range, the MP9 can still tear through. Flash off the wall. Good timing on the pick. Oh, collateral for Xylo. And he's going to be able to get yet another bomb on the ground. And Batera are getting torn to shreds yet again.
Just one round, they woke up and decided to play like an entirely different team here. And it's working very nicely for them. And Shinajez, even if he had something to work with here, time not on his side, so he's just going to have to sit here and hope that Easy doesn't want to push this. He doesn't. And actually, they are going to swap over for an AK. I think maybe a little bit fed up of this double AWP setup. However, if I say that, actually, they might continue to go with it and just pass over the AK for the sake of having the AKs as a rifle instead. Nope. Just going to stick with the single AWP now. They've gotten a little bit bored of running the same strategy and it working, you know?
Okay. Trying to see if Guns are doing anything special. They wanted to push mid. They wanted to get a little bit risky with it, but decide with that mid-door smoke just to respect it. Xylo in this position can hear everything coming through tunnels. And Batera, again, just putting high priority on mid this round.
Yeah, it's not necessarily been working all too well for them, and all that Guns need to do right now is just keep on smoking that, and they're not gonna disrespect it. And suddenly they've whittled down so much time, and Batera, they've got very little map control. They've got a little bit over towards B, but they are just huddled into mid here, waiting for this smoke. And unfortunately, there are people on the other side waiting. Flash, not a flash, sorry, smoke is going to bounce, cover off Celta. He is going to have to reposition if he wants some impact.
Early HE just to clear that smoke out. But Batera just faking that noise out at mid, but still staying super grouped. Elian's got one flash to play with, doesn't really want to be solo there with the bomb, and it looks like Xylo's just going to start to fight into CT. Owner shoots back with the Deeg, and things getting awkward, but with 30 seconds, it's going to be Batera making their way towards upper. There's Elian. Many numbers were heard and spotted towards lower, so I don't know if Easy's going to be ready to see this many coming towards him. Flash across the top, but timing missed there. For Batera to make their way out. Owner can't double down with the spray, and it's a huge hold out of Easy again. Just picking them off, picking them apart, and Guns almost equaling the odds here.
Yeah, in a blink of an eye, they've managed to pull this map back, and we thought maybe it was going to be quite a quick half when Batera won that initial pistol. But they're playing quite slowly. I'd like to see them change up the pace again, because this playing slowly, this waiting, this being passive, isn't what is not what is yielding results. What was getting them results, you know, the first half, at the earlier stages of this half, was, you know, massive, crazy plays, getting hyper aggressive. And that's what I want to see again. Today misses the opening shots. The flashes are perfect. They've managed to get themselves through the doors this time. Actually, they have just made everyone back away onto site and bunker down now.
What's Masval cooking? He's expecting some crazy aggression from Guns, which we are seeing into Upper Dark. But is Celta going to go all the way through lower? He will be. And it's going to be a heavy setup on short in CT. And Batera are all in on this one position.
Yeah, they've missed that easy window of opportunity to get onto site now, and everyone is waiting for them here. Actually, it is just going to be the likes of Shinajez pushing up first, takes initial contact, and gets the pick as well. The rest of the team actually very far behind, and I don't know if they realize just quite how on an island he is right now.
the one safe position for him to stand in, and he is just going to put himself on the line to get traded. He doesn't even need it. Still on 12 health, gets 2 in that position. Teenir able to swing back, get another 2 himself. But Celta in a 1v3. At this point, you probably just save, you know? Xylo, the economy's not good. Celta, the same thing can be said. So just maybe try to suffocate Patera's economy, go long, deny the exits. That's all I can think of.
I think that's probably the best play as well. It does look like he's going for a cheeky pick here.
Probably not short. Gonna be able to find one. Snatching away. AK picked up. Nice little upgrade. And you'll be happy with that.
That's it. That is the greed. One of the 7 deadly sins, and it rarely goes unpunished. Goes for another peek. Could have had an AK. Walks away with naught. But that's a little bit of a rough way to end it. But Patera, maybe kicking themselves that it took them this long to break the momentum that Guns has got. They really want to find something consecutive here, hence the timeout, as they finally found something that's worked for them. And they've got to try replicate the success now, because Guns has taken away any breathing room that they had. Any sort of contingency rounds that they had to play with have now been expended. So they now have to try to figure out how to get themselves onto that map point without going back to what has been the rest of this half and the story that has been Guns' CT side.
Well, little pause dealt with. Patera finally cracking the egg, finding that 11th round. But the big question is, can they do it again? Because they've cracked into the half again, but they really need to break that Guns economy, and that's not going to be an easy thing to do. Xylo wanted to go back, wanted to fight for this one. How's the supportive util? It's not too good. Corner smoke gets blown. Teenir finds his, but Shinejaz up short, going to be able to take Celta down, and now the A-site defense is scrambling, thinking, oh, it's going to be a mid-pop, but it's the short pop out in the open. This is not where you want to be as a CT, but it's working out for him regardless. Stame takes another with the HE, and this round is chaotic as hell. Stame not done here, playing on the trash. And Teenir supporting from the ramp. Good shot from Owner. And he might be able to bring this one back. Teenir, the trade. 2v1, Elian. He's been sharp so far. Spots that head. Can't hit the flick.
Now, missed shot means that he does just have to slowly push on up, and Tina knows where to hide. One that got a little bit scary for them there. They managed to isolate that fight onto Tina and then could have definitely been around in there. But Guns' immediate answer to Patera breaking their streak here. And very much a map that seems all still to play for. Patera, they've not really got a whole lot of money to defend this round with. Tripex on the scouts. They have forced up that AK onto Owner, who is having an incredible game, mind you. But they lose this round, and then suddenly it's equal, and their money might not be all in the best position for that 23rd round. I wonder if Celta gets aggressive here. This could be either the opener that they need if they can kill him, or alternatively he could just farm and destroy the round right here, right now. Well, we know what it is.
Well, we don't get to know what it is because it's thrown in our faces. Celta just taking them all, taking names, smacking some damage out, and it's looking quite easy for Guns in the 22nd round. Big couple of shots coming through. Nice little spray down, and Patera are back on the Guns again.
That they are. And Elian finally able to afford the upgraded sniper rifle. Has been a little while since he's had this in his hands. He's been itching his trigger finger. So hopefully this is the impact that we need to see them try secure this round, because if they've let such a big lead get away, they are going to be kicking themselves going on to their map pick. Celta going for another early cheeky look here. So monumental last round, but that was just against Pistol. The nade goes deep, but not deep enough to damage anyone except Musselwell, who takes a measly 2 damage.
Pumping that util and uppers. over and over, but Patera going lower dark instead. Nade is short, drawing attention back towards 8. And we'll see where they end up opting to go to. Looking like they are just going to throw some mid-B utility, keep faking that short out, but that's drawn Xylo away. If Celta gets caught on a reload, which at this range they can't quite hit, that B site could have been free.
Could well have been. Don't know if Shellow's quite heard anything in mid. Actually, they've managed to get a fair bit of control here. Easy is already ready and waiting for them. Shot going to be fired off in response to the flashbang, but of course nobody there waiting to receive as they all gather over towards B. They have left a little bit of a lurk in the likes of Ona here for Sedame when he comes calling.
Goes deep, splits them up, and that might just be enough. Celta on the double stack, going to drop back to car side. His teammate tucking away on his double stack as well. Worried about the split coming in, and they better be. Masval tears him open. And the 2 remaining A players, they know that this flank is coming. Easy strikes him down. Alien still posted. Oh, that's a rough one, rough position to be in. And Stame as well. Good molly to try and separate these T's. Finds the first through the smoke, has to go for the reload. Alien still with 4 bullets in the clip, can make this one happen. But just trying to figure out exactly where Stame is sitting.
Got spotted, though.
It's right behind the car. Oh, there's the info. And Elian doesn't need to make the move, but he might just go for it. Jiggling Tappin gets the shot off just in time, and a 12th is found by Patera first.
That is a crazy round there, and so much could have changed that. If Owner had managed to get the kill into CT there initially, that round could have been over so much quicker. The fact that it comes down to that 1v1 is immense, and Elian, I think, had been spotted. So the fact that he was at such a disadvantage, still gets the shot off, just jiggling the angle, playing with his life. Beautiful way to secure this, but so down to the wire, and this really could go either way. Overtime, map victory, it is anybody's game here. A little less utility for the side of Guns here, bit of a disadvantage, but doesn't really look like it's impacting them all too much.
Yet another passive approach from Patera, but Guns has not held back this round. Look at Xylo. I think Shunjez might have heard this aggression. You can see Masval watching for the T-spawn rotation. He's going to be able to deal with that. And this is a well-read round from Patera. Great positions just to hear everything out. And now with the man advantage, mid-smoke comes through, bomb gets retrieved. They know that there's been the upper dark push. And if they've done their homework, which you'd assume they have, they know that no one's probably going to be towards that B site. But that's why Tina is gone for the quick rotation, spotted in the window. Masval has taken so much space here. Drop onto site. Tina is spotted, dunked by that HE. And the other 2 T's just trying to figure out where the other CT's playing from. Masval falls, and now the B site is still in the hands of Guns. Stame coming through the flash, which might have just been clutch. It might be taking us into OT. Shinejez gets the first and that second. Nice little flick around to close us out. 13-11 on map 1. I didn't think we'd be seeing that happen in the 1v2, but Shinejez had other thoughts.
What a way for that all to end as well, is that so easily could have swung either way there. The flash looked so perfect, but Shinjez, so many clutch moments. Definitely wasn't the top player in terms of frags there, but just so consistently having that impact as well. These multi-kills to fundamentally alter how entire halves were going as well. But beautifully done there. Very close, very clutch at the end there. But that is going to be Patera stealing away Guns' map pick as well, which is going to be a little bit of a worry and a question mark over their heads.
Yeah, and look, if you like orange maps, we've at least got, one more orange map to get to. But before we do, let's have a look at our Kadia player to watch, which was Elian. How'd he do? Look at these stats here. 13 and 15. He's negative, but in terms of impact, he did some things. He did some big things in that first half, which got them into position to close it out eventually. If they didn't have that 4-round lead, we'd be going to OT, or maybe Guns would have completed the comeback.
Exactly. I think didn't always necessarily have the weaponry and utility on hand that he wanted. And often when they were losing those opening picks as well, it meant that he was having to reposition, wasn't quite able to play how he wanted to. But we are going on to Mirage next, which hopefully we will see him be able to just run away, have a field day with us as well. But first, we are going to head to a short break, get ourselves ready for map number 2. So we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger League, where we are one map deep in this series between Guns
And
Batera. Batera, there we go. Now, I really wanted to remember it without having to look it up, and I did it. And I'm really proud of myself, but I probably should have looked before we came back. But it is a very good game. Batera, they almost lost until they didn't, and then they managed to close it out in the end of regulation in round 24, 13-11. And it was an interesting game. It was a very interesting one, of course. Affinity, talk to me about Mirage. Do you know anything about these teams on Mirage other than what we've looked at on the old HLTVs?
So, I don't really think there's anything necessarily too interesting about it. It's sort of that common ground map, isn't it? My thoughts, however, is seeing what we saw on Dust 2 coming into this, we saw quite a scrappy, kind of messy fight throughout the entire map. And I expect going on to Mirage, which is the definition of a puggy map, it's going to be that dialed up to 11. But it's a map that both of these teams have played a fair amount over the season. You know, Guns lost it to TSM and to Nine Pandas, but they beat Incilio and Paravision, so make of that what you will. On the flip side, Batera lost to Nine Pandas, but beat out Rebels, Eyeballers, Paravision, so they've got generally better standings within the context of this tournament on it. I don't know if there's anything too much we can read into how they're going to play it, however, but this is the only map of this series that wasn't in the original veto from when they last battled each other. They instead played Anubis instead of Mirage, and Nuke was not the decider, it was actually Batera's pick. But I think we've got the game already ready for us, however, so there's no point in speculating when it's right here.
Love a bit of Mirage, love the orange map pool. The only thing we don't get in this series is Anubis, of course. But Mirage is a interesting one. We'll see if Batera are going to be able to show us their A game, and we'll see if Guns can get revenge and snatch away Batera's match this year. Or Batera do it 2-0.
See, I'm a big fan of Nuke, but also I did predict Batera, so you know, if I can hang on to any dignity that I get from these predictions, I will. Ooh. Elian is going to be the one to take first contact here. Has a little bit of backup. Actually, just seems way too hesitant to push this, not willing to risk their life, knowing that there's probably a little bit more than one person here, but it is Elian that gets off the initial frag massively to help out as well. And suddenly defense is spread very, very thin. Actually, kind of in the right places here. They've left B alone, but they have also left Sedame all by his lonesome on A with so many people ready and waiting.
Triple. It's a rough place to play from, but he is going to be helped in time. Teammates coming in through the smoke. Are they going to be able to trade it out? Owner goes for that second Glock. Wasn't expecting Celta to go through that jungle smoke scream. Oh, lordy. Masval now. They knew exactly where he was earlier. And they are just trying to figure out where he's coming from now. Bomb down right in the open in the middle of sight. And Celta's looking the wrong way, but is he up top or is he down bottom? He's down bottom, so Zello should get the info. There it is. And Masval 1v2 angle. Isolates the first fight, knows where the second man is. The Glock, oh, it can pack a lot of punch, but this time we're still fighting. 30 on the clock.
So messy, so scrappy, and it's come back down to this 1v1 individuals determining the fate of these rounds. Spots out that he is in jungle, does need to plant this bomb. There's only 20 seconds, so Shello, all he has to do is delay, but doesn't even need to. Gets off the headshot, and it's very, very difficult to watch round there at the end. But Guns, they secure themselves a pistol, something that they've really struggled with this series so far, but that's the way to get this done. It looked so good at the start for them. It looked so good. But it's just the Dame dancing around the boxes that just ruined any chances that they had there.
Yeah, I like how he played it. Unfortunately for Batera, they just went way too heavy at Pal. Everyone was on site, so no one was able to swing that other side of triple and trade him properly. But look, well played from Stame. MVP for the round. And now we got Batera slowing things down, waiting to punish any Guns aggression up middle. And they've got just that 1 P250, the Deagle and a banger, and Easy is about to get a bunch of information. Calling for reinforcements as they set the crossfire up from short and connector.
Ooh. That's a lovely nade to soften them up. Tina gets the first, and they all jump around the corner. Last person is Chair. I say that. Not even able to get the sentence out. What a massacre then. Yes, it's just against the pistols. but it's so clean, and that's the sort of confidence you want to be seeing come out, and the diligence that you want to be seeing them take even against these eco rounds on their CT side to try stop a situation like we saw over on the first map where they had to claw their way back here. But Terra finally able to buy here.
Punishing coordination, 3-2-1, and wide swing as far as you can. Let's see if Guns can do it again with the bonus round. 2 MP9 still going to be in the mix. Tinian not even buying utility, goes back to spawn to do it. And we got a heavy, heavy hold on A. 4 players here. Gambling, 1 for 1, make it 2 for 1. Shinajez going to be able to make his way back out main. Tinian tucked away on triple side. Stame draws attention away from him. Tinian strikes for the first beat. What's one more over towards stairs side. And this is getting messy again, but Easy does not have an easy job ahead of him.
No, the AWP, maybe not the best weapon for this one, especially as they're playing together here as well. Rounds the corner, maybe can find one as that bomb gets planted. If he can get ahead of it, that's something else. Rounds the corner, spots the planter. That's going to be the issue, but the wide swing comes out. Elian has the advantage, gets the kill, and secures themselves the round. Albeit Guns on their bonus, but still nice round to pick up for Batera there as well. But as you said, messy. They just aren't checking the back half of the site as they enter. They've got nothing coming through from Palace, really. So they are just running in from ramp and often losing several players in the midst of that.
Very messy one. We've had a lot of messy rounds this series so far. Let's see if we get another. Elian has that mid spawn, has AWP in hand, and does he have the pick? Can't. There's no one in window. So at least mid control is going to be there for Batera. Guns going aggressive with a top and bottom bulk setup on a triple B setup. This is interesting to say the least.
Yeah, certainly a way to play this round. And actually, seems like they're falling off a little bit, Batera. Trying to draw out any utility, and actually they've managed to get a fair amount out, but Guns didn't necessarily have the most to begin with here as well. You need to be relying on swinging some of this. Tina has a lovely angle, has a lot of information on mid here, just misses the utility, but can hear it coming out, knows that somebody is waiting for him top mid and heading onto the catwalk, readies himself, jumps up onto the box. Do they clear him?
They certainly will. Easy going through for 2. Nice bit of damage, nice extra bit of money in the bank as well, but Zylo needs to win this fight right now. Pal control's going to be his. And now Guns can posture for the retake on A.
Yeah, his attention so distracted backside Palace there. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult there, can't deny the plant, but has that backup from Celtic coming in from Connector. They are going to have a little bit of trouble, however, weaseling out Owner. They're just going to stay tucked in. There's no reason for them to peek this.
So much noise. Celta. Flash. Ooh, nice clear, but Shinejez's shot is better. Damage almost taking him out, but it is just going to be 1 apiece in the post plant for Batera, and they'll tie the odds 2 each. Looking pretty good here. Guns, though, in terms of the economy, they will not be buying too much this round.
No, this is going to be a very go for broke round. So, potentially we see them do a little bit of limit testing here. We've seen some crazy, crazy CT rounds come out from them where they just decided to hurl themselves up mid. I'd also like to point out that Easy does, in fact, have a Zeus, so I will be very curious to see if this gets any action whatsoever. It doesn't look like it. Actually, there's a lot of presence mid. If they head over towards ladder room, perhaps...
Yeah, it's going to be a long one. Guns, however, may catch themselves an AK. Trip-X has said rifle in hand.
Oh,
The contact is looking pretty good for Batera. I thought maybe Guns were going to have good spacing on that one, but unfortunately, those P shooters, they don't pack too much of a punch.
They do not. The spray transfer impeccable there as well. Now heading ladder room, we said that there was that single Zeus, and it's not even going to be allowed to be used. The flash is so perfect, and Owner just... I mean, it's actually massive, just jumping and spraying around the corner. Poor Tina there, jump scared to Kingdom Come, but Batera with the third. And Guns are going to be able to buy back into this. Are they going to head with the double AWP again? I don't think they can quite afford it on this one because we saw that a little bit over on Dust 2. And actually, Jalo, even though was wielding better results with it, has passed it over to their primary AWPer. Easy instead. And utility distinctly lacking for them again. They've not really been able to financially get themselves in a position where they've had both guns and weaponry here. Always at a slight disadvantage. Yeah. On the CT side, that's going to hurt a little bit.
Well, Batera looking to go relatively all in. Like we're going to see right side smokes coming through. Oh, the deep ones too. Top con and deep jungle. Stame trying to support from CT. Good flash to stop the push from Batera. But the site's still in their hands. About 10 seconds left on those smokes to try and get this one planted. Stame finds one before getting sniped through the smoke himself. And things getting really awkward for Batera in what looked like it was a bonus-esque round.
Look at Massive though.
Still alive.
Just the whole of this B side. Actually, might have to deal with Seltzer in a second. I don't think they were quite expecting him bench in the long-range MAC-10. It was meta at the start of CS2, but we haven't seen it much since. Fighting battles on all fronts. Tinner could be huge here. Gets the first. Has the bomb in the clasp of his hand. But it turns out everyone hitting their own shots and winning their own individual fights. And that's going to be the round immediately back for Guns. We said lack utility, don't need it. Batera, they've rewarded themselves a little bit of breathing room here with the money. They can buy straight back in. Elliot on the AWP as well. But this round, hopefully going to need to be big for them because they've expunged a lot of their resources.
Yeah. I thought Batera with that, power of position on the B site may have been able to get that one working, but Guns, again, using their guns a little bit too sharp. And now it's going to be Batera, mollied off from mid control. 4 hit, looking for a top and lower split once Shine Jez makes his move. And T-Nit.
Impeccable flashback, yeah. He's got the pixel angle. This is going to be a difficult one for Tripex. If he can get past, that's one thing. He's going to force Tinner back. Utility exchanged. HE not quite going to land where I think he'd hoped it would, so no damage to be found there as well. Just Molly going to force him all back. Tripex, however, got himself safely into ladder room and now can have a little bit of a nosy in window if he wants.
Celta. Eyes glued onto that smoke on short. And Guns don't want to give up any kind of advantage. We're going to see that bomb go for the full rotation back through T-spawn as Batera set their sights on A with these positions in ladder and just outside of the window. But it's a mystery. Guns going to stack that B site.
They are. That's going to be a slight issue. They also have to contend with Easy being so up close and in their face. But actually, they just dodge all the way around him. He can, however, just reposition to have a little bit of a look here. There's the first pick. Massive covering for the catwalk push. But the kills, unfortunately, just not going their way. Trying to find a little bit more. Alien's just not been hitting these shots. And unfortunately, Easy doesn't miss his. And now Massive, the only one left alive now, caught out by the player at Ticket Booth. And that is going to be Guns securing themselves with the lead as we go cat and mouse with these rounds.
Yeah, shaky ass looking mouse too, by the way. That was Masval, I don't know, adrenaline pumping through his veins or something. But wasn't able to bring that one back. Huge round out of Easy to lock that one down. I think 3 picks there on the A site, spinning around like a turret just to make sure that that one was not lost.
And actually, they are deciding to run with this double AWP once again. Easy, likely just to be playing in window. And then they are going to be sending Tinner with the other one over towards Van to try have an early pick. Unfortunately, no one in Batera has been particularly eager to go for this early Van fight. Easy snipes them, plucks them from midair, gets a second as well. Unfortunately, not quite able to save Shallow, but goes for a third and gets it. And suddenly, single-handedly turns the tides. And Stame has spotted one that HE to try follow up is going to take him on down. Elian, low health. Why would you continue to push the issue? And just Massive left once again.
It was a well-angled HE as well. Bounced off the wall all the way around the corner at Pal.
Mm.
I don't think Elian saw that one coming, but caught it right on the face. And now we got Masval, who's done all the work so far. It's going to have to be an ace to clutch. But with a minute on the clock and the spacing from Guns, I don't hate it. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, Stame could just weasel himself into ticket booth, and that's going to be a very difficult one for him to clear out. 40 seconds might have the time to do so, but if he's just even slightly apprehensive, doesn't do his due diligence, he's got no utility to clear this out as well. No Molotov to try flush him out. So it has to be this fight here, and I think Stame might have spotted him. At least we'll have heard the drop down now. Spam through the box. Isn't quite going to find him.
Such an awkward battle. Happens eventually. It's Tania across the top, and that is going to be 5 found on the CT side now. Batera, no bomb plant means they won't have the best utility moving into round 9, but they will have something to work with, and much higher firepower if they opt to go for those AKs. Masval down to the Galil, and Elian, he hasn't really been firing on the AWP, so I can see why he's not really trying to save to pick it up as much here on the T side. So just going to opt to be a rifler this round. And now with the spawns, wait for that smoke to bloom. Respectfully. Oh, nice shot at it. Easy. He is farming on the AWP today.
What is also with these HEs as well? The HE grenades have just been melting health bars. Hello, the nade not quite going to part the smoke there, and a re-smoke coming on in. He tries to find a bit of a window with the spray, but not going to see anything. Has the backup, however, from Seltzer to double check. Player on bench actually empties his whole magazine, isn't able to get it easy. However, trying to find something has been such a difference maker. Gets one. Owner just isn't checking. There's the no-scope coming on through. Going for another peek. Gets Elian as well. It's disgusting. And it's shots left, back, and center that have just been winning these duels. And 14 and 5 in 9 rounds. Jesus.
Yeah, he was, I think he just got 10 kills in 3 rounds. I swear he was on 4 kills like not that long ago. These last couple of rounds, people just keep on running into his scope. And since he's picked that AWP up, damn, just farming.
Unstoppable. They need to find some way to shut Easy down. And I say that like it's an easy solution. Because he's been really, yes, he's been playing in mid or towards mid and connector, but he's been so dynamic. And he's never quite where you expect him to. The pacing is always so difficult to predict. And here he is once again, hungry for more frags.
Bravo. Gonna be able to pick up those first 2, but the Deagle. What a bark, as well as that bite. Tania, again, just playing a dangerous game, but only with that USP as the secondary. He might be finding himself in trouble in a moment. Good utility, just to fend off the pistols from Batera and send him packing into apps.
Yeah, couple of missed shots, but actually it's not really caused too many problems. Finally hits the shot onto Shine Jazz, who has been toying with him all round, and now just 2 players remain for the side of Batera, and I say that as Owner has taken down that bomb, actually in a fairly retrievable position. It is being watched by Sedame's AK. They are starting to reinforce this, however, so any chances that Elian had slowly getting crushed here.
Well, had a rough time with the AWP. Let's see with the Deeg. Oh, not going to go any better.
Having a rough time with the Teague as well. Just a rough time in general for Batera this map so far, as it looked like a good start. But I say that this is exactly what happened on map number 1, but in their favor. So I'm not willing to say anything too soon. It was a 7-3 scoreline we saw to Batera at some point as well. Looks like we might have a tech issue on the way, given the match pause here. Name a more iconic duo than CS2 and tech issues. But it gives me time to, so you said that Batera is a team that you've not really seen too much of, right, Mac?
Yes, I haven't seen much of either of these teams, to be fair. They've been at a level which I don't watch super regularly. Also, I only just moved to Europe, so these games were being played at like 3 a.m. to like 8 or 9 a.m. my time, and I'd usually be asleep during those hours, so... that is mostly why I haven't been familiar with them for a while. I did cover a lot of EU Challenger back in What year was that? Like 2017,
Okay.
2018, sort of those years. And that was good. I remember a couple, I think there's there's definitely some players that, have made it out of the Challenger League to like right towards the top tier, the upper echelon of all the players. So it's great to see, the ones that succeed over time, the ones that, make it into the professional level of Counter-Strike. This is up there, this is like the tier, we're going to call it tier 3. I'd say this is like a tier 3. Then you got like the bottom of tier 1 CS, which would be tier 2. And then you have all like the elite teams, which are what I would classify as tier 1. Everyone has their own systems with the tiers, all right? That's my system.
I was having this argument with someone a while back, and I was like, the tier system is all just in our heads. Like, there's no actual definition of what like tier 1 is. And so I was trying to figure out like what my tier 1 is, and I was like, okay, well, I think it's like the orgs that you see, the big name orgs that are putting the money in, that are consistently going to these tournaments. But I mean, with how everything's changing with formats and stuff, so ESL's always been relatively, open qualifier slots for all of the events. With other competitors and stuff, they're now not allowed to have, invite-only events, which is, I think, going to be quite interesting for the tier 2 and 3 scene, see who comes up. But Terra's an interesting one, because they kind of came out of nowhere for me as well. I remember it was one of the major open qualifiers. Was it earlier in the year, last year? And I'm good friends with Sneaky Beaky, not so much a caster these days, been doing a lot of work over at Heroic. And Batera just foiled the run of Heroic towards the major. They were single-handedly the reason that they didn't get to go, which was why they got put on my radar initially. So every time I see them now, it's a little bit humorous, but they've been doing fairly well for themselves. Guns, they've been playing in a lot of stuff recently. They've been putting in the reps, which is nice to see. But it's interesting. What's also interesting is I have only just noticed the weapon that Jello is wielding right now, and I am beyond here for it. I believe the Negev is severely underutilized. You see it a little bit on Vertigo when people are trying to boost up ramp sometimes, which I think is a weird combo, but I'm glad to see it get some action. The fact that it's in their loadouts raises some questions for me.
He might just be a fun haver. You never know.
He
did just get rid of it quickly. He went back to the M4. Someone said, "Stop being silly."
I think I saw him briefly buy an AWP or something as well. He's just toying with us.
Yeah. Of course, gone are the days of punishment for buying the wrong weapon. CSGO used to be incredibly punishing in that regard. But we can sell now.
I quite like that, though. I like that it's less punishing, because it means that you have less of these, I don't want to call them throwaway rounds, but less of these rounds that you're like, okay, this might not go well because they've bought the wrong weapon. It keeps it more competitive just across all rounds, is my opinion on it. Like, if you buy a Zeus, you don't have to keep it,
Yeah, that's true.
But it's an unpopular opinion. I know when it first was announced, people were up in arms.
I'm definitely more of a purist at heart.
That's fair.
I like the mechanics. I like the elite level of the game. You press the wrong button, it's on you, buddy. Like, that's where I'm at.
You like seeing people suffer. I'm with you.
I see the positives in the lack of ridiculous tech pauses because people bought the wrong weapon. Because we had that a lot. If someone just like fat fingered a Negev, then damn,
Yeah.
We would always have to have a couple of breaks to sort that out.
But talking of short breaks, I think we're going to head to a very short one as well and make sure that everything is A-okay and ready for this game to continue. Actually, no, we're not. Looks like everything's been fixed.
Yeah, it was a tactical we were going to.
It's a tactical. It's just a really, really long tactical. Don't question it. That's always mine is. I always wonder what's wrong. It's because I was speaking to some people, and when people are on LAN, 90% of the time it's an audio issue. But I feel like online, it's always peripherals. It's always one of the peripherals has malfunctioned. Oh, it's internet, actually. But no, we are going to go to a break. Sorry everyone for the back and forth. We are going to head to a break. Decision is final. We're going to head to a little break. Make sure that everyone is ready and that the game is going to be A-okay for you guys and for the players. So don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as the issues are fixed.
And we are back out of the tech pause. 2 rounds left in the first half before we take another little short pause. So get ready for that one. But get ready for this round. Easy is coming out. All guns blazing. 4 guns with that AWP.
Yeah, kills go both ways here as well. It was looking pretty shaky, but it's Masterful making the difference as he has done this entire series so far with those 2 kills to open it up. Now Stain, that HE grenade could be monumental, but he's burning alive. He does manage to get the kill and escape with some semblance of his HP, and ShineJez struggling for health and hobbling onto site themselves. Easy locked out of Palace here is going to just disrespect the smoke and flash himself on through.
See if Easy's going to be able to find anything. Just ringing out through Pal, trying to get that wall bang, but it is going to be Tripex to find one with the AWP himself and look to stop the exit. Easy. Crossing the safety, goes in for a couple more picks. Only going to be able to find the first owner close to trade, and that's going to be 4 on the board.
Wild and confident end there. Instead of trying to maybe back away and escape with your lives, you run headfirst into the danger, but 1 more round and a half, as you said. And Vatera, they're trying to close it up. We saw 7-5 half on the first map, which, feels like ages ago now as well. But maybe history does, in fact, repeat itself. It's not going to be the cleanest of buys. There is still that Galil on Masterful. And considering how much impact this man has had, I'm surprised they haven't opted to give him that upgraded weapon. Very heavy alien here. And Easy's waiting for it. Missed first shot, and Tripex, that's the opener that they need. Pushing out of Palace as well, and there's just nowhere to be seen. And they're in the smoke, they're touching each other.
Oh. A bit awkward there. Tripex could be able to make his way into CT, lock in. Gain a little bit of extra map control. Guns all looking to retake over from jungle side. Deep Molly might force Easy into the open, but he might just go down with the ship. Will escape on 8. And things get even more difficult here.
Now, there's no utility that could possibly take him down any further. It's going to be the guns that have to do the rest of the job here if they want to finish off Easy. Owner isn't aware that somebody's so close in front of him here. He's waiting for it, however. Tripex, attention divided between trying to help Owner out here and checking into CT.
Ooh, okay. Things get awkward. Masval gonna have to do it in the 1v2. Last player's position. No, but again, that time is ticking away, and Easy has to stick it to win. But that smoke fading locks in a 5th round for Vatera as we send it to the half.
Now, it's not a bad scoreline. 5-7 going onto their CT side. Botera, can they close this out in two? They've had a pretty flawless run so far with the pistol rounds. Can they add one more to the tally here? Welcome back, everybody, from what was a little bit shorter of a pause on that one. I jinxed it. I'm sorry, everyone.
It's okay. It'll be sorted.
We'll be fine.
I'm sure. Yep. Beautiful.
Looking good.
All right, what do we got? Easy. Just going to be lobbing a decoy.
I like the decoy. I like it.
I don't mind decoy strats.
I think that they're not used very often, so to pull one out of the bag, you know, a little bit of a dupe here and there. It's going to be drawing the attention very much towards mid there, actually, and as they all gather up towards ramp, it's definitely been successful for them. Tripex forced back as well. That flashbang just going to force them, pin them down into jungle here, but Ona's already found two.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit awkward. Celta got dodging places there with Ona. It's going to be a weird situation. Celta not going to be able to find any more. Easy falling away with the bomb back towards Sandwich. And that just looks so much better for Botera than it does for Guns. Guns had like a good position and a well thought out strategy. It just, yeah, didn't work out for them at all there.
It feels like we've been saying that a lot this series, is that the Guns have had a plan and like they've got the right idea, they've got the wrong execution. And it's like the likes of Ona just finding a multi-kill seemingly out of nowhere that throws all the plans that they'd made suddenly into question a little bit. And now they are just going to be playing with the pistols on this one. There's a single deagle on the side of Celta, but that is going to have to work some serious miracles if they want to even get close to securing something this round. And Ona looks like is just ready to line them on up here. We can hear the footsteps.
Oh, ready with the M4, and it looked like it was going to be a mop-up. Glocks take one, as well as the gun, but that hasn't been used effectively by Easy, and it's looking pretty good for Botera. There goes the bomb, and there goes the round. Botera tying things up here, 7 apiece as Guns move on to the AKs.
Yep, they're going to be able to bite back into this, but the scoreline already equalized. That little bit of a buffer is now gone, so Guns, it's going to be pedal to the metal once again now if they want to continue this lead. And bonus round very much coming in here for Botera. Tripex going to be the only one really getting new weaponry on the side here. And unfortunately, Elian, Shine Jazz still going to be holding onto the weapons. Bonus round for them here. But Guns, they're lacking a lot of the utility that you'd want to see here. And that Molotov going in deep, that's already a large portion of that expended. Nobody is top mid. Elian's waiting for it, though. Got to be very careful about this underpass. There is a smoke at the moment to protect them. But once that fades, Ona's got to be careful here. Lot of information and a lot of players going to come hurtling his way. This resmoke going to prove problematic. They are just going to try to get ahead of it. Potentially, nope, just going to fall away. There's a jump up into window that has gone unnoticed now. Masval has to be careful.
Spotted, making it a jungle, but also heard. Masval finds one, and the follow through from Elian is going to make it a 2-for-1 trade. Still pressure being made over towards A, and Tripex going through the smoke, edges that one, finds the line, and it's looking pretty rough for Botera here if they're going to be able to make their way forward. Stame, however, can't draw attention away, and Xylo just unable to activate. Looks like Masval seems to be aware that Xylo has to be around this area. Might have heard something earlier, seem to have had information, and now Xylo's spotted. It's looking like that's all over. The nade doesn't do it, but the MP9 does. Shine Jez taking $800 to the bank with that one, or 600 rather. And that's going to be 8-7 as they take the lead.
They do indeed, and they are looking really good. Losing a couple of those weapons, chopping off the dead weight means that they can buy back into this. The scout is gone. The AWP has filled its position on in instead. Nellian's been doing a bit of a quieter game for him, but again, we said this last map, is might not be top of the leaderboard, but he's been finding the impact and he's been finding the kills that he's need to. He's been applying the pressure that's been forcing Guns into the traps that Patera has been setting, especially in the likes of mid and connector. Now Tripex smoke to stop anybody even having a poke out Palace. And ready and waiting just in case. Now, there isn't a flash on any of these players to help get them round the corner.
There's the banger, and the Tech-9s reign supreme. Nice little entry, but Elian still cutting that site in half. Good timing on the flashes. Ooh, it's just going to be the one-on-one here until Celta peeking and holding that line behind the molly finds more success. Patera could be in trouble. We'll see if that nade is going to polish him off just enough to take Tinner down. And Ona here at Con finds 2. Just like that, the round looks salvaged. Unless Stame can go huge here from default. His shadow is spotted, and Masval will be holding right side, left side. No one wanting to make the wrong step here, but again, time is a factor. Stame swinging. And he's playing the dangerous game that he loses this time. Good damage out of Guns and a great bomb plant, but it is the round for Patera.
Is indeed. So many moments there. Guns 5 looking really good. The fact that they take down Elian, but there's enough presence that, you know, Shinjez can't actually go for the trade. Lots of moments. And the fact that they managed to get the bomb down is impressive in and of itself. And that's going to be the sorts of things that you need to see them coming out with on those more eco rounds if they want to try re-secure themselves this lead. Because, of course, they go into this round with a full buy. This is going to be a luxury that they're not awarded too many times more in regulation. Yeah. Smoke, and they've actually managed to get somebody ahead of it and sent them down to have a little bit of a look. Ona gonna take some space, push on up, has to be a little bit wary. Dodges the first flash, but unfortunately there's someone waiting behind him as well. Elian not able to trade there. Tinner goes for a second, and it's absolutely lovely. And suddenly player disadvantage looms over the Masval. Needed to go huge there, doesn't find anything. Shinjez spots the legs. The Molotov, that's going to mean that nobody can follow up on that kill. I say that, Tinner's actually going to follow up on his own Molotov, gets the kill. Now just Tripex left, being naded to Kingdom Come. And spots one from behind, takes him down, still 3 needed, but through the smoke, cleared. And Guns, they take another round, and they stop this gap getting too big.
Okay. Ship gets steady, but Patera, this is going to be that swing round. They have no real round loss bonus to play with, and they're going all in here. Plenty of money to fashion themselves a solid buy here on the CT side. Orp in play for Elian, which hasn't necessarily been what's winning them rounds. You're looking at Ona, you're looking at Masval at the moment, both of which who have been carrying a lot of the weight of Patera. And Guns, on the other hand, most of them turned up early, but this half it's taken them a little while to get going. Mid control certainly going to be prioritized by Patera. They'll find a huge amount of information pushing around that top mid smoke, clearing that out. Bomb still in spawn, and Guns with a bit of a 3-2 split, just trying to sell that fake at B.
Very much so. And just going to be sitting on their hands a little bit, waiting for a mistake. That bomb just going to sit pretty. Actually, there might be a little bit of a fight between Ona and Easy here. There's chaos reigning all over the map. Individual fights about to break out because suddenly Tinner's going to be able to activate as well. And there's people waiting in mid to receive him. Ona does, however, break the stalemate, gets the first. Dame with an immediate answer. Masval, however, finds that pick. Elian with another, and suddenly the round massively in their favor. Celta is hiding around this corner, and unfortunately 2 people waiting for him. There is a trade, and Shield actually manages to get 2. And just has to back away. That bomb very far away in the amount of time it's going to take him to go back, retrieve it, and then head to the bomb site. The issue is there's already going to be people waiting for him. Not enough time to get to B, so it has to be A. And suddenly this site is no longer empty, or just the choice to save, perhaps.
Going to Pal allows him to save, but he's going fast. So if he goes out on the timing, which could work out, the CTs, they're in the open, but they are going to hold the same line. Nice trade. And that's how you lock in around. 10 on the board for Patera. And they will create some space between them and Guns again. But Guns, of course, got a little bit of extra cash from that clean one in the previous, so they'll be buying up here in 19.
Indeed, they will. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting buy here, actually, from Batera, given all that we've seen this half. They're still not able to afford full weaponry on everyone, those MP9s coming out. We have seen them farm cash heavily and bodies in this half, so potentially maybe not the detriment I'm making it out to be. On the flip side, however, the AWP coming back out for easy. Expensive piece of weaponry, and we need to see it having that impact. Has been sort of late and belatedly sent over towards mid. This Molotov might cause them some hassle here, as they are now trapped on catwalk between a rock and a hard place.
Owner getting dragged across here with all the noise, but that bomb is making its way straight up short. And Masval might have seen it as well. Looks like it is going to be Owner swinging out of market on a nice timing. Celta spotted. But do they know Masval's still here at the bench? It's back to the 3v3. 4 players in the server all low. 1 bullet can send them to the grave with their brothers. And that's looking a little bit awkward here. Masval. Mouse going crazy. High sense individual. Is that util coming up short now? Owner on the back of sight. And Elian, the first to strike, but cannot find Tinner making his way through the smoke. And we're down to a 1v1. Both offers. One shot will do it. And it's easy across the top with the vantage point. The line of sight. He was there first, and he's there last.
Difficult one there as well. Batera, I think, maybe just needed to sit even tighter there. You could see Masval getting a little bit uncomfortable. As you said, high sense player, we could see him looking all over the show there. But there was a couple of bullets fired in towards bench, and maybe they had an idea that someone might have been there, and he didn't want to overstay his welcome. Would have been a very nice round for Batera to secure. But either way, Guns, they get the round. Their money's not looking great. However, the buy that they're up against, whether they know it or not, isn't going to be the most amazing. So this round definitely, they could find some damage here. And Tripex, nice opening pick, has the backup of Owner. They could very well overwhelm, but Celta has the assistant of Easy as well. Game, the jump must have been heard there, surely.
Sure. Ooh, Celta trying to tear through these CTs, and he's going to do so on both of them. Okay, Masval finds himself a weapon over towards Con, but it's only that Mac 10. Expendable. Now in the 3v3, things getting a little more awkward. Both CTs rotating through CT are flashed off and taking their time to make a move here. That scout can certainly go for a quick peek, but the flash is going to blind them both, and that's looking like easy CT control. This round's over.
Is Masval low HP, not the weapon for the job as well. Has a peek on up. Heroic last stand is not going to yield any results. 10-10 to tie us back on up here. And money for Batera is in shambles as well. They can eco this, let Guns get 11. But then suddenly anything else after that, you're looking at map point and a map 3. And for this one, Guns, they just have to go through the motions, not give too much away here, because we've seen it time and time again with the pistols, is that a couple of scary misplays leads to Batera picking up weapons and sometimes actually converting that into a round from nowhere. So this just needs to be clinical, careful, just default. Don't do anything silly or stupid here.
Batera. I love this stack. So close to a main. And oh, catch him. But it is going to be good cover from below. Tin finding 2. And just like that, Shine Jez falls as well. Big couple of eco frags, but it's what you need to do. And Elian, an unwinnable round for him here.
Yeah, best you can do is maybe a pick. There's not even going to be a weapon you can get from this, but not even that. Flawless from the side of Guns. And Batera, difficult round ahead. This has to be it. This buy has to be what secures them around. Otherwise, this map looks pretty done and dusted for them. Guns, they're actually building up a little bit of money in the background. They should be set for the rest of regulation, if nothing else. And either way, this is a make or break round for the map. left behind once again. Now, as long as they don't lose 3 opening picks, that shouldn't be anything of an issue. Actually, I love the aggression that we're seeing here from Tina underneath. Elian, loads of damage through the smoke. The Sixth Sense tingling and yielding some incredible damage here as well. Masterful waiting to try see if they jump up bench, get a little bit too greedy for this kill, or whether he can get them just to retreat. Jump on up, spotted, taken down, has to be careful not to be overrun here. Smoke gonna come out in response, but Ona, he's found a little gap, and Seltzer, he's gone unnoticed, but that smoke still covering his pathway, and everyone else has managed to regroup outside of it.
Positioning, it's odd. Shanjez going to be able to snatch that one away onto Celta, and it's looking like Batera have managed to buy themselves an extra bit of space to breathe here. Perfectly played as well. 5 alive. That's going to be a huge swing in the economy for the last 2 rounds.
Is indeed Guns. They do have another buy in them here, and a couple of these players on enough money that they should be set if this does go to our final round of regulation. So Batera, even though it's a nice round, a crucial round even, they're not really awarded any luxury or reward other than the fact that they just don't have to rebuy these weapons, you know, if it does go another round. Tactical pause coming out from Guns. I think they also know that this is a huge moment. Every round from now on out is... I say they're important. All rounds are important because everything you get on the board is necessary. But this is where it can really turn. You've got the money left in the bank, potentially for one more. The loss bonus should be good enough that even if they lose this, they can relatively comfortably buy into the next one. But Batera, they really don't want to let them get this match point. Because 11 rounds is kind of where Batera choked last map as well. So potentially the mental game, if they can overcome whatever hurdle stopped them last time, Batera should be able to find something.
Well, they've got themselves every chance, every opportunity to make it happen. Masval alive. Nolly on the bottom of con, and there's... okay. Smoke to extinguish, timing kind of crazy here. Tina has been heard though, and Ona knows that they've gone into the short smoke. So he is glued to the edge there. That's the first, but does he expect another? Not quite. Looking around Celta on the trade game. Elian going to be able to find one in the meanwhile and try to lock in the A site. Molly gets extinguished. Elian wants to go up top, but misses. Oh my lord! You might have seen that one on the map, but the bullet doesn't connect, and now it's up to him and Masval to try and lock this round in.
Smash going to expect Celta just there. It does indeed, and suddenly that's a lot of pressure because their attention divided in 2 very separate ways. But the issue that they have, HP low on Massival, and so much still to do. There are kits available. There is a kit available, sorry. You've got to be careful not to hit each other here. Knows that one is weaseled behind triple box, but actually the call to save, probably the best idea here. Just too much to do and too little time to do it in. And it does look like we're going the full regulation here.
Are we going OT though? That's the question that we need to ask. And Batera with the save, with that beautiful, flawless round, just 1 or 2 ago. They've got plenty of cash to buy here in the final round of regulation. Guns, on the other hand, they do as well because they managed to survive with, what, 2 alive at the end?
Yeah.
And yeah, everyone has pretty much everything they need here.
They do indeed. Overtime, I think it will depend. We've seen so many rounds, especially in these really crucial moments where an individual just steps up, but it looks like they get a heavy rush B. The issue is the boost fails initially. It fails a second time as well. They're fumbling. The nose may be starting to creep in. Elian has to get one and back away. If he gets traded here, could so easily be the site overrun and overwhelmed. Jumps on up, he's getting aggressive. There's the opening pick, falls away. That's exactly what we want to see. And actually, a full fall away. One heading to market, and Elian just hiding backside, not willing to risk anything further. Now, it depends on the mid players and this next pick. Second one goes his way. It's impeccable. Overtime is coming, calling. Massival is going to be needed here. Ona waiting as well. Can he find it? Is he looking the right way? He's got the right idea, but the headshot comes on through. But suddenly 2v4, low HP for Tina, and they know where he is now. They could hear his footsteps crawling away, so Massival can just prepare for that. Guns such a difficult round here, but there's no reason why they shouldn't go for it. Overtime is certain if they don't get this round win. Might as well throw everything at the wall. On the plus side, they have no idea where he is, and he has the bomb. Downside, no utility, very little HP to his name.
I think the downsides are outweighing the plus sides here.
Massively, yeah. Yeah. Trying to find some sort of positive spin for this, but he's about to walk back first into Elian. And that is going to be overtime for us.
All right, what are we getting here? Money for everyone. 12.5k each. 3 rounds a half. 6 rounds each OT. Let's see how deep we go here. And how long it's going to take to separate these two teams.
I'm very curious if Guns on their CT side are going to go for the double AWP, because they were pretty adamant on it for the whole of their CT side. But in overtime, the rules kind of feel a little different. It feels like a forbidden fruit to go double AWP on OT CT side. But we'll have to see, because of course they are still starting on that T side. A little bit of a window on the left-hand side, but Massive not going to spot anything. It's messy, and unfortunately, he gets away with nothing. But Ona is there to trade. Shine Jez. The smoke could be crucial. It's just going to drop it to put some space, but it doesn't matter. Sadaim is faster. Elian desperately comes flooding on in to try stop the bleeding, but forced away by the Molotov.
Okay, a little progression smoke to try and allow them out of market, but they're still looking for this lurker. And at this point with the AWP alive, yeah, Elian feels locked out, but Terra, they're just going to opt to save no matter what. Ona getting out of dodge, just looking to keep the M4 alive, and Elian going to help him out just a tad. But again, that bomb stick too far away. And if they can maybe do some financial damage to Guns here, they could swing this back if they win the next round.
Potentially, Elian's got the line, not able to hit the shot, the swing just a little bit too quick for his liking. But yeah, that's rough, and they are still going hunting for this. Take down Tripex. They're not able to take that AWP away, however, which is going to hopefully be monumental. But again, overtime, the money currently still flowing, but they do still have to buy the round after this.
Let's see what alterations are made. Guns looking for that mid control again. Just going top mid and window smoke. 2-3 split, but a faster approach out A main. Tripex going to be dunking a nade on the head of a couple of members, but are they going to be ready for the faster approach up con? They certainly are. It's going to be the 1-for-1. Tripex on 40 points of health is thinking about getting frisky here on stairs. His shadow was seen, and the repeat is punished.
He's just a little bit too confident when he didn't have the resources. Elian going to be needed, but unfortunately not going to yield anything. Shine Jez, Massival, they've been huge players in this game in the clutch situations. They're really going to need to step up now. Shine Jez spots the corner, gets the first. The flash would have done it either way. And Massival now 1v3, low HP on all of these players. The issue is they are split. The crossfire is immaculate. And it's going to be a second round in a row for Guns in overtime.
Certainly setting themselves up for success here on map 2. Let's see what Batera can do in the last round of half number 1 here. Elian still with that AWP online. And let's have a look-see at what we get from Guns, who are going to be taking a tactical just to discuss what they want to do here and make sure that they are not getting read by Batera. Oh, you even got the adjustment with the double AWP set up this round, so Ona picking up one as well.
I was gonna say, it's not something you see very often, even if a team's been willing to play it. And actually, Batera, they've been sort of shying away from the double AWP. It's been Guns that's been playing it. But, you know, final round of overtime, when you've not really run it the whole series, it's a choice. I think maybe a surprise or a little magic trick might be the hope that they need in this round, because they let it go 12-15, suddenly a huge task ahead of them, especially considering that their T side, it was okay. It wasn't anything really to write home about, though.
Let's see what we get here. Looks like it's going to be Ona straight out of the equation. Tinut has been so great at these openings. Dominant at mid, dominant up con. And looking to dominate Masval here, which he will. Great timing on the flash from Easy. And this is a flawless round from Guns. Tripex lurking in the palace. But Easy's got an idea, spots him. 1v5 angle is not going to be accomplished. And it's 12 to 15. Guns need just one CT-sided round to close things out here on Mirage and send us packing a nuke.
Really rough position for Batera. They've fought so hard to make this comeback. And to have OT just be a landslide. And to be honest with you, Guns are probably kicking themselves a little bit, going, why couldn't we just secure that one round sooner? You know, one round anywhere else in the map could have been the difference maker.
Top mid smoke coming through from Batera. And later con smoke. So window's going to be left open. Brilliant. Trying to go across the top and catch a timing, but no one facing there in window. And Gun's just going to go for the 3-1-1 split. Only Sadame here to try and hold it mid.
Yeah, Sadame, luckily not going to be too challenged just yet. They are waiting for those smokes to fade. Actually just backing off a fair little bit there. Making sure to clear out anybody that might have pushed on up from Catwalk. Something that we'd seen them do a couple of times. They are paranoid. They are throwing all of their utility at ghosts, really. Now the question is Tripex. Is he caught out early here, or does he wait for the rest of his team to arrive? Because they're not too far behind. But if they can take down Tripex, suddenly that's so much less pressure on these players down on site.
Alright, Batera bringing everyone to the party here. And Guns, almost the same can be said. Sadame not too far away, and Celta.
Not as lonesome. Massively so.
Yeah. Well, first pick, and maybe the beginning of the end. Nice trades, though, and now it's going to be a 2v1 here on site. Ona can't quite find Sadame, who's looking to live over towards Stairs side. Happy to keep on taking the fight to him. And a smoke there will try to lock him in. Good nade, good damage, followed up, but the bomb gets planted just in time. And Ona now needs to win this 1v2 to try to keep the hopes alive of Batera of a 2-0. Molly going over towards Tetris. Won't bleed down on his side. And, oh, jiggling, finds the first and knows the position of the second. Big wide swing, not good from Celta. Ona, the clutch minister, is going to be coming through with the 13th.
That is wild. The lifeline that the team direly needs. And hopefully this is the wake-up call that they really can't let it get down to that 1v2, that 1v1 to keep themselves alive in this map. Of course, not the series. They did take the map of their opponents, but they'd really like to close out their own map pick here. But it's close, and hopefully Guns, they can just keep this momentum. They've been winning the early fights so frequently and just leaving Batera in these awful, messy, thrown together, held together by duct tape situations. Jello, I like how far up they've pressed. The issue is so many people waiting on the other side. If he can get a pick here, if he can get 2 picks here, that's going to be gold dust. There's the first of the 2. Is just backing away. I say backing away a little bit. Actually just dropping down, repositioning. Still wanting to hold this place. And so much mid control for them.
Everything's slowing down. Batera. Things getting incredibly difficult for them to try to get into the round. Window smoke comes through, and they're still going to walk into Easy's scope. He won't get flashed in this position, although this timing is not going to work out for him for the first, but he does pick the second man. Good timing on the peak. Shinejez on the trade game looks incredible. But again, the one-man advantage for Guns looks even better with that pick from Sadame.
Yep, this is a rough one. The double orbs in OT. You should have been expecting it, but maybe not quite expecting it there of all places. Now they can try work with this. They have to try get something here. It's all or nothing. Tina is going to be the next boss that stands in their way, distracted by the Apps player, but it's both of them that get the kills, and now we're going to map number 3.
Yeah. All the way to Nuke. And great little map from Guns. Great opportunity to try and close things out on both maps so far, and they did on one, but not on the other. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting situation to see if we're going to be able to make it happen on Nuke or not. One of the teams is going to have to win, and we're back in best of 1 territory. Last time it was Nuke, it was Guns that came through with a pretty convincing win. I think it was, 13-5 off the top of my head, and that is a rough scoreline. But Batera are looking pretty good today, pushing it to OT and then taking map 1. We could be in for a very long evening with the added 40 minutes.
We could indeed, and hopefully these players are ready for that. It is going to be this battle of attrition of their stamina here, but I think it's time that we head to... actually, before we do, let's have a look at Arcadia Play to Watch, because it's been sort of the same situation on both of these maps, is that Elian has been in a bit of a rough spot. There's definitely been moments of impact, but it's not quite been what we were expecting or hoping to see, or what the team needs. We need just a little bit more shine out of them yet in this final map. But we are going on to Nuke, and CT side AWPing outside, you know, it's an absolute playground.
Yeah, I feel like, look, if we get Elian that we got at the end of the game, then Guns are going to be in trouble, but Easy as well. Like, you're looking at him, he has just done so much this series. He's really impressed me, considering I didn't really know many of the members here of Guns, but that name's going to be sticking in my mind. And it's time, of course, to take another break before we jump into the third and final map. See you in a minute. Welcome back to ESL Challenger League Season 48 for Europe. We are currently about to send one team back into Challenger League for next season, and then one team, I guess, down to the lower bracket. Now, it's been an interesting series so far, plagued by one big tech issue and a lot of chaotic Counter-Strike, but also some good Counter-Strike and some crazy little moments. So I'm hoping we get a bit more of that affinity from Nuke.
Indeed. I believe we will as well, because Nuke is one of those maps that, yes, there's a very specific strat book for this map, and it feels very unique in the sense, especially compared to what we've been running today, which is, of course, Dust 2 and Mirage, which you can get away with maybe being a little bit puggier on those maps and relying on individuals. But on Nuke, you really do need that cohesiveness from the team, which on some of these maps, and a lot of times, we haven't actually seen coming out from either side. But a Nuke map that both of these teams have sort of been willing to play. Now, in this season of Challenger League, we've seen on the side of Guns, they played it versus Batera. They actually won 13-5, which bodes quite well for them now that we're in a similar situation again. They beat 13 Pandas 13-8. 9 Pandas, sorry, 13-8. But they lost versus Apogee 10-13, a team that maybe they shouldn't have lost to. On the flip side, Nuke has been a bit of a miserable affair for the side of Batera this season. They've played it 4 times. They've only won it once, and that was versus Rebels. They've lost it to every other team they've played it against, including when they have outright picked it twice.
Yeah, that's rough. That's
there's no sugarcoating it.
Yeah, not a very nice stat to be bringing out there, but of course it highlights that it's probably not going to go well. They left it in, so they're still confident on it. We can at least give them that. But confidence can only go so far, right? It still needs to be everyone lifting. You can't just have, 2 players playing really good. Everyone else needs to be doing their job around everyone else, trading, not missing those opportunities, and making sure that they can stack as many rounds on as possible. And depending on which side we end up getting both these teams on, that's going to influence the game tremendously.
Indeed, indeed. So the knife round will be the one to decide that. Finally, we get to see it. I don't know if we're going to get to watch it, you and I, Mac. I hope that we do, because I do quite enjoy a knife round. But yeah, anyone that gets the chance to start on this CT side is awarded quite a big advantage. There are some maps that in CS2 it's looking a little bit more even. Nuke is one of those maps that no matter what they change to it, it still seems to be a very CT-sided affair, even with how the economy runs in CS2. But again, it's been a year since that's happened. They've tried to make some fixes. I feel like a broken record when we talk about it. The CT economy is very punishing. But again, it's one of these maps that is very rewarding to be on that CT side.
Yeah, we'll see if that trend continues. At the top level of the game, there are teams that seem to have much better T sides than CT sides, and things just don't make sense sometimes. But look, each day brings us different kind of Counter-Strike, and now the internet's fixed for everyone, hopefully. Fingers crossed. It's going to be a clean game, no more tech issues, and we're going to be able to figure out who is deserving of making their way back into the next Challenger League. Because, look, one of these teams really wants to be there. It's just a matter of who wants to be there more.
Exactly. And, of course, there is the lower bracket game. So this isn't really the be-all and end-all. There is still one more opportunity for whoever loses this game to automatically requalify and not have to face relegation. But that is going to be the lower bracket where it really, really is do or die there. And if you can save yourself a little bit of the stress and sweat off your brow about having to play that extra series, it's absolutely a bonus for these teams as well. Unfortunately, Pro League completely out of the question from them from the moment that they got put into this lower C group, because that's where we're at right now is the initial opening group stage. These are the 2 teams that came bottom of their group, and actually they both came bottom of the same group, so it's kind of poetic to see them here again now. But it was actually Batera was slightly ahead there. They won 1 more series, and I think this would be the nice little comeback arc if they could take this second series and actually get revenge for the fact that they lost their opening series of this season to Guns.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting little storyline. I wonder if we'll get that or not. Look, at the moment, it feels like Guns are kind of mentally in the lead after getting that win, especially in OT. Big couple of rounds towards the end of the game, just to make sure that they converted. And yeah, I feel like if we get that kind of Guns, if we get on paper, statistically,
the nuke guns that we are expecting, then this might end up being the most one-sided map we've seen this series so far, and it might end up being Batera down there taking on Apogee.
Potentially. It was the most one-sided map last time these two teams clashed. The only interesting thing and the only real thing that I can say about this is, yes, Guns have better results on this. It's something that they've always floated or had opponents pick into. This is not something they have picked at all this season. It's been something Batera has picked. Then again, the results don't necessarily reflect that. But that's the only thing that I can really say they've got going for them on that side of things, is that they've said time and time again that they're actively willing to play this map and not just, if it comes up, we'll deal with it.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they get to deal with it, if they are ready to deal with it. I feel like the game should be pretty close to getting ready at this point. And
fingers crossed.
Let's where else are people going? So this is the low seed group. We got the medium seed group and the high seed group. What are they playing for in the medium seed and the high seed group?
So the medium seed, I think there is an opportunity for the top of the middle seed group to go to Pro League. I think there's the opportunity for that. But it's very limited. I think there's only one or two. It's whoever wins out the bracket, I think, has the ability to. For the rest of them, I think it's just placing and prize money. And then, of course, a high seed is basically confirmed that you're going to be requalifying. You finish top of your group. That's basically you set. And then it's just who gets to go and play at Pro League. And for some of these teams, we've seen them on the Pro League stage with mixed results before.
Yep.
But unfortunately for low seed group, that is far-fetched dream. If you do poorly in your opening, 4 matches, that is unfortunately you for the season, unable to be promoted. Unless by some miracle you end up on a team that is not in the low seed group somehow. But yeah, that is unfortunately where it's at, is none of these teams have the ability to progress forward. It's all about trying not to step back.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I'm looking just on Liquipedia currently, like where everyone is, and there's those 2 EPL Season 21 slots up for grabs for first and second, but that of course is through the playoffs, and all the high what does it call, high group and the mid group, we'll call them. Everyone in the high group just quals to playoffs, and then everyone in the mid group also just quals to playoffs.
It's about seeding,
yeah, teams that. Yeah, and that they're all just seeding matches, so it's just like a little bit crazy how that's all gone down.
It is. This has been going on since July. This season has been going on for months now, and the fact that we're in August is also, it's crept up on me. I'll be honest with you. The fact that we started this all in July and here we are finishing off season 48 in October, wild to me. But that's how it goes as well. Pro League, the next one isn't until April, if I'm not mistaken. So this is very the playoffs will take its time. There'll be plenty of time before Pro League happens as well. So we're in it for the long run with some of these teams.
When did the playoffs start? Is that like in a week or so?
It should be. I'm sure it's whenever the other groups and everything are finished, because I think the top 2 groups have concluded all of their matches.
Yeah, they're all through them. It's just tomorrow. I'm assuming tomorrow's game will be the loser of this game versus the winner of Apogee.
I think so. I'd hope so. I'm not fully sure, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So it'll be an interesting match. That's for certain, and it's a scary one as well, because you really don't want to have to go back up through advanced, because the competition in EU advanced at the moment is fierce. Like, you're seeing a lot of these tier 1 organizers and teams, they're academy teams. So the likes of your Navi juniors are playing in there as well, your Mao's NXTs and stuff. And so the competition is rough in advance, and you don't really get many breaks. So to be demoted down, it is a massive slog to get back up to here as well. So it is like the worst case scenario for a lot of these teams. And even relegation, because that's what they're competing for, is they're competing to compete to stay in. Which it's rough. It's definitely a rough one. And relegation this season is, judging by the teams that are looking like they've already qualified for it, the competition is fierce, and it's really nice to see actually that we've got so many strong competitors playing in the likes of this. And whilst we're here, we might as well mention as well, this is the final day that you can sign up and register for ESEA season 51. That is for all of the seasons open to advanced, and also to make sure that your subscriptions are up to date. One too many people I have seen ruined over this. So yeah, that is the final day to do this. Season 51. I can't believe we've already done 51 of these. Like,
yeah, it's
mind blown.
I can probably go back and check on what the first challenges I was working on are. Wait one sec. Shout out Liquipedia because it's got a better memory than me.
Oh, same, don't worry. But it's the fact that we're on season 51 of ESEA, but we're on 48 of Challenger League. We've got to catch up. We've got to do some rapid fire Challenger Leagues, catch up on this one.
Yeah. What was this? This was season 27 is the first recorded one, but I think I was doing the Australian, that was 2018.
Oh, God.
Yeah. How many was that year? 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So it was 4 seasons that year. So probably 4 seasons before that, I was doing a lot, but more so the Australian stuff, which I don't think was listed on HLTV at the time because it needed to be the proper ESEA division. And at that point, it was like MDL was what it was called back then. And yeah, we didn't have official Australian broadcast for that. So it was just like community streams on everyone's channels and stuff.
It's how I got my start in casting, was through the ESEA seasons as well. It's nice that it's open IP now, because when it was on the ESEA client, it was all open IP anyway. Like, all games had the IP available. And then it moved over to Faceit, kind of slightly rushed and haphazardly. And you had to make a support ticket for every single series. And my emails were just, Faceit ticket, Faceit ticket, Faceit ticket, Faceit ticket. And I got to know some of the admins. Very nice. They're very nice people. But it's nice that it's now open IP. But that's where I started off. So, it's come full circle a little bit doing Challenger.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would not want to be facing Advanced in EU if I were these teams, because I've seen some of the stuff that's going on in EU Advanced these days. And God, the caliber of teams is nuts.
Yeah, it's been crazy how even just like tonight's games, you just think, oh, like, what the hell are they doing? And like macro wise, some of the things they're doing might be questionable, but then micro wise, you can see why the players are all playing at this level. They're just like getting random 3K spray downs that just look like they are playing in the big leagues. And then the thing is, it's just like the macro isn't quite complementing the micro, which is what you get a lot of the time, especially in this sort of like low bracket of the Challenger League teams. And it's kind of sad that, we have to send a couple of these teams back down to, well, at least relegation. They have a chance to fight to stay in Challenger. And I like that is another system that's been put into place, is like the full relegation section. So it's not just like having to play through qualifier after qualifier. I guess it is kind of a qualifier, but it's more of a fight, right? Because you had your chance, you were there, you could have done better. Maybe you couldn't have done better. Maybe the competition was a bit better than you. Whatever the reasoning behind it all, you get many opportunities to stay here at the top.
It does. It's a nice little proving ground for teams coming up, and it's a really nice buffer for teams that might be going down, because it means that you could have had maybe like a kind of mid start to the season, and then something went wrong. One of your players is now ill. You've had to play with a substitute. So everything that you were doing has gone out of the window. And it's a really long period as well. So there's a lot of chance for things to go wrong. And for teams like Guns, where they're playing in a lot of other tournaments as well, they're trying to do the reps in open qualifiers. There's sometimes overlap that they can't really avoid. So sometimes these forfeit losses happen. And so if you've had a really rough season with that, and with players not being available or whatever, then it gives you that buffer to go, right, we've had a rough season, but we're not down for the count just yet. And it's also just a really nice place to see what the top level of Advanced is doing, because there's a lot of teams that make it to ECL relegations. They never make it past that, but you see them quite frequently in relegation. And it's nice to check up on them, see how they're doing, because it's a really nice way for players that are in this maybe tier 3, 4 area murky waters to be noticed by other players and other teams. And even if they've not managed to find a team that's worked for them to go any further than that, it's really nice to see the players that are shining enough in the relegation that they can be picked up potentially by some of these Challenger League teams and get promoted that way.
Yeah, it's cool that, it is kind of like a talent farm in that respect. But also, you don't want that to be the goal
it's hard to make that sort of balance, right? Because this is the problem with back in OS. Not that anyone from EU wants to hear about OS, but anyone that is from OS in different, you know, games and stuff, as soon as they get good enough and you're like, cool, we can finally compete with the best, then they just get picked up and like thrown to NA or something in those games. And then you just lose that level of talent, and your ceiling goes from here, or your floor and your ceiling both go from up here to like down here, and then you're kind of back at square one. And then when you get to the big international competitions, things don't look as nice as they did before. It was the same, like, you know, a good example is like Dexter, right? He finally got picked up internationally, and that was great. But then we didn't have an IGL that could be like that top level IGL for however long, like a long time. No one ever really filled those shoes. And now, you know, Dexter ended up coming back to FlyQuest, and I wouldn't even say it's been successful because it's a full restructure. Everyone had to learn to play for like 3 or 4 years in different structures, different IGLing approaches, and the teams are just getting back to learning how to make it all happen again. So look, over here, you don't have that much of an issue because the population of Counter-Strike is so much higher. So there's always going to be someone to sort of fill the void when someone disappears, and someone to, you know, give some of that experience across to the next person. Also, many more orgs, many more coaches, just much more experience and knowledge to share around. So it's, I guess in that respect, you probably can talent farm players from this level and move them up, because there's always someone else that's, you know, hungry to have their shot.
I'm with you on that one. It feels a bit like MOUZ, maybe less so now that they're really finding their success, but it feels like MOUZ a couple of years ago, where all they were was just a tier 1 training academy, that tier 1 teams would just pluck off players whenever they looked like they were getting too good. And MOUZ themselves were never able to develop as an organization, as a team, because every time that they were showing really good results, they got poached from. And it feels like that is, it's like you don't want it to just be a stepping stone for other things, because you want to develop what you have there. Like you want people from the region to go and do big things. And it's annoying when they have to do, like, they feel like they have to go do that in another region, because then it means that you're now weaker in your region. You're like, no, but we want the region to grow stronger together. Like, yes, it's good to see people to go on further, but like, we just stay weak because every time we do something good, it's just taken away by somebody else. And it's a rough one. But in EU, it very much feels like a never-ending, self-replenishing well of talent, which is quite nice. But I mean, that's what happens with, it's like other games, for instance, like the slightly more cartoonish other shooter game that we shall not mention by name here. Feels like there are other regions that are a little bit more developed in it than, you know, in EU. So like North America, for the V word, which we won't say. They have a really, really strong Counter-Strike scene, and in the Asia region as well, they have, you know, really strong league teams and stuff. But in EU, it's like Counter-Strike only really has EU for large portions of it. Like, I speak to a lot of the North America ECL and advanced players, and they're like, we have an issue with what we have at the moment because there's just not enough players that you can find the right fit. Whereas in EU, there's just an abundance of players, which is really nice because you get to see so much talent. It's very difficult to stand out. But if you can stand out, there's always a team wanting to pick you up, which, you know, other regions I know struggle with. But at least Europe is thriving. Europe has been doing really well. And Counter-Strike's looking stronger than ever at the moment. Like, the numbers are going up and up, you know, despite what people are saying about CS2. The numbers are only, you know, increasing in everything, really. Players, viewership. And it's really nice to see, actually. It's a really nice scene to be part of at the moment.
Yeah, and look, that's why I'm here. I'm here to try and join the scene and say, hey guys, look, what's up, EU? How we doing? It's been a fun time, and look, this is just the start of my EU CS, at least Challenger League grinding journey. Who knows where it'll end or where it goes? But of course, you know, we got playoffs to get to, and look, I'm looking at the clock. What the flippity flips going on with?
Where's the time gone?
Who is the culprit? Can we name and shame whoever the hell?
Yeah, you know what? I'm with you. Usually, I'm like maybe we can guess, and then we'll never really find out, so we don't name and shame. You know what? We've had so many tech issues today. I'm ready to name and shame. It's always the internet as well. There's been several that I've seen recently. Like, we've had several where like an entire country's power has gone out. I think it was we're doing an ESL Impact the other day, and half of Turkey's power went out. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to head to a little bit of a break so that we don't yap you guys' ears off. But we will come back when the game is ready and start Nuke afresh. So see you guys hopefully very shortly.
We are back and kicking with Nuke. Finally getting underway between Batera and Guns. Let's see who's going to be able to take the third and final map of the series and lock in Challenger League for the next season.
Lovely flash high there for Elian. It's not really going to find anyone, but he does find the head. Tina instead gets a second, going for some more as well. Runs out of bullets just as Sadame takes his life. And now, 4v3. Has he done enough to kickstart this round? Now, they haven't gone down secret. Tripex might be in for a nasty surprise here.
Ooh, going up topside.
What
Bomb
is this?
might get caught here if the timing's no good. Awkward on the ladder. And Celta going to be able to be the first one to find that pick. Now, Heaven Control's there, and the A site is open, but Shine Jez just waiting behind Squeaky. Bomb going to be able to drop down, still with Heaven Control. Celta hanging up there. And Xylo having a quick look through HUD to see if they can regain this lobby control.
Yeah, this lobby control would be very nice for them to have. First step, Owner is having a look, has to be careful. Shinejess, though, takes down the first. That's a lot of the weight alleviated. But Jello, they haven't really counted for him as well. But in the meantime, he's the only one being left alive now. Just has to defend this bomb a little bit longer. Hops on the defuse, and Shinejess as the bodyguard. And that's going to be a defuse and another pistol round for Batera. They have been immaculate on them today.
Lovely little retake. A little bit of map control goes a long way, and Batera now going to allow themselves to buy 2 M4s, still a full buy with the helmets. They're getting everything they need and a little bit more. Elian down to the Scout, and an MP9 for Tripex. Bomb plant, though, means Guns are probably purchasing up here. And there it is, full buy coming through eventually. A couple of rifles, MAC-10, Deagle, and a Techie. And maybe even a fast approach. Tina, just going to be blowing the door, smoking it off, and trying to fake the drop. But Elian's going to be able to spot some info at outers. Nice position. Spots 3 now. And that's going to be also the bomb scene.
Indeed. Not sure whether he saw the 4th crossing as well. But it does mean the owner just has to get ready in case anyone comes down onto that B site through secret. It's exactly where they're heading. They are just going to play a little bit further off site, however. So that could be creeping around the rafters, actually. Might be able to get himself in a nice position. Very wary that somebody might already be in window. And actually, it's not where anyone... They have to play them out. Yeah, gets the first, goes to the planter as well. Denies the plant, is finally able to get the kill onto him. Bomb does go down, but he's done so much already. Master should be able to play this one out, but Jello looking incredible. Now 2v3 available. The Scout is going to be problematic, especially with Jello finding a little bit more. Getting away with daylight robbery, and now Tina. So much damage done. Both of these players low, and this A1S can farm.
They didn't spot him crossing to the short side, but that door getting closed didn't matter. Shine Jez is going to be able to find him through the metal. And that incendiary doesn't come into effect. Guns not going to be able to convert there, but they did a lot of damage onto the CTs. And with the bomb plant, you might expect them to go for another buy. Zello has a full buy potential, even with the AK. Let's see if they go for the force straight back in. If they can crack the CT economy and swing the round on its head, that will be huge.
Does look
It's
like
worth the
they're
risk.
going for it. There we go. It's coming on through now. And as you said, it's very much worth the risk. And for a couple of rounds, they can just continue to force the issue. If they keep going just like this, they could just continue to indefinitely force as well. It's not going to be very productive to the overall scoreboard.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe they strike gold, they find a round. But they definitely do find Maslo's bullet to the head. Doesn't matter, however. We said these 4-buys paying off a little bit. Run out of bullets on the side of Owner, but Elian was meant to be there to help. Backs away a little bit, so the trade isn't really coming through. So it's 2-on-2 now. Lovely nade to soften up Easy.
I like this. Bomb's going to get planted on lower. Easy still tucked away on site. Will get wrapped on, but he's hearing all of this coming past him, and Tripex doesn't clear him. Oh, that's going to be a free double. No, Easy gets traded out. Elian needs to make his way down the vent. That molly buys 7.5 seconds, and Elian just opting to keep the AK alive into the next round.
Definitely the right plan there, because by the time that that's gone, or if he decides to rotate the whole way around head ramp too much time has gone to even clear out the site to safely defuse. So yeah, massively right call to make here. Keep that kit, keep the smoke, keep the AK, and the head armor, of course. Really a nice amount to be holding on to here, and Tina is going to be the last one standing, holding on to nothing but a MAC-10 there. And the Tech-9, sorry. Can't forget the Tech-9s. But Guns, they get themselves around on the board early. Yes, it's kind of a bonus round, but really they did so much damage that most of the weapons had to be rebought anyway. So really proper fight to be won there, and with worse weaponry. So coming into this one, confidence probably going to start flowing.
Let's see where Botera decide to put all their pieces here. Oh, trying to go for the boost up. I don't hate this. Little blue box allows the offline. Got the flash. Oh, good info, but wants to get a bit more done. AK at least able to be recycled. 14 in the clip. They know one's on Annex or main. Or mini even, depending on where you're from. Tina going to be able to find Shinezes, and things get a little bit awkward. Masval going for the door push as Guns go for the full rapid yard.
I was really excited there because they knew that there was going to be one other person because of the boost there, but they had Masval in main just being ready to trade or deal with anything that came towards Shine and Jez. But like, it didn't really work because Masval moved away a bit too soon, and then kind of left Shine Jez out on an island in Garage. Tripex gonna hide in the vents. Actually, just go back and join on this A site. As the smoke fades, they have to be careful because Masval's gone all the way around. They're not going to expect it. These both gets first and second there. That's huge. Now, player advantage on their side. Tina is going to drop on down here, warded with an empty site, and of course the eye from the sky of Jello. Masval slowly creeping on up. His presence has been a backstab this entire round.
Whoa. Gets another one. Good timing on Jello. And Tina has to go for the full wrap through door to try and catch the timing. But eyes on the right position. Owner finds the prize he was looking for, and that is going to be a third round. Tripex, MP9 in hands. I don't know if there's another weapon he can upgrade to. Maybe a FAMAS somewhere, which he might just grab. No, nothing found. So MP9 going to be carried across to the next one. And 2 AKs, you can't complain about that.
No, you can't. Not in the slightest. Maybe it's Tripex, you're allowed another weapon when you get a kill. Then he is allowed to upgrade. Alternatively, just try and farm some cash. No need to get rid of it, you know. You play somewhere up close, you send them maybe over towards ramp, and hope that they send somebody there, especially considering they've got a pretty mishmash buy here. Actually, it looks like outside is going to be where the heavy presence is going. Elian, no boost this time, not able to find the opening pick, but able to fall away with their life. And there we go, Tripex up in ramp, we talked about it. Can he find very much, because he's about to be flooded.
Offline, good for a couple, but the trades, I'd argue, favour Guns here. Elian not going to be able to stop him on the cross, and things getting awkward for Botera again.
It's rough because, yes, they've lost a lot of their upgraded weapons and they've lost quite a bit of health in the mix as well, but losing players and having a player disadvantage on the CT side, that's where it's more important. Actually, they're immediately answering with this. Yellow, 2 kills and 3 as anything bomb plant. And just Elian left, holding on to that AWP, no doubt.
Yeah, that's that. Looking like the job has been done. Guns on the low buy, but the couple of AKs that were brought in were more than enough. Tech-9 as well. Just catching them through the holes, and it's looking like Guns, with a second on the board, are going to be in a pretty good position so far. 3 weapons carried across, another AK retrieved in the meanwhile. And just an AWP for Elian to try to make magic happen for Botera in the 6th.
Yeah, he's not going to have much to support that AWP going into the next round either. Money is pretty tight for a lot of these players. They might be able to scrounge, you know, a couple of Tech-9s or pass over some Tech-9s off the likes of, you know, Tripex and Owner having a little bit of an abundance of money here. Actually, it does look like they're just going to go into this with the MP9s instead. Okay.
All right.
I like
That's
it.
a choice.
It's one of the choices of all time.
That's one way to put it. But I guess, look, being Nuke, MP9s can have some crazy influence towards the lower and the upper areas, just not quite outside.
No.
And even then.
Yeah, outside, not really what you want to be dealing with. They know that the AWP is still being saved, so they still have to be careful outside. They are just going to crawl around, however, out of line of sight of Elian. And actually, you can see there's a little bit of toying with the Squeaky player there, just trying to distract his attention a bit, and it's successful. Owner really going to need to step up here. The only other rifle on the team, Burning Alive, has to duck back into sight. Closes the doors behind him, at least. Escaping up the ramp.
Maybe if you don't get a pick, you just save here, although Owner's going into this. Okay. Able to get one. Not sure if that's going to be enough. Tripex not far away. As soon as that decon door gets opened, you can't really have too much impact here, unless he stops that bomb from crossing. Out of control. Timing, not going to favor him. Good patience as that smoke blooms on the right side of ramp, and Masval on a timing, good swing. Unfortunate that he couldn't get the damage needed. And in the 3v3, Batera, saving again?
I think so. Tripex might be just holding here in case anyone heads up ramp, punish pick. But this round, yeah, you can tell they've already headed to the extremities. They are just looking to save these weapons. The AWP, way too valuable, and with how much they invested into this,
Yeah.
you know, their economy is in a horrific place right now. It's we've been seeing little moments and stuff that've been quite good. Owner's been having some crazy spray transfers this series. I don't know if you've noticed, is that even when he doesn't get the second pick, it's just looked so clean because there's always been damage on the second player. He's always managed to get one and a little bit. And it's been really helpful in a lot of these rounds, softening the team up. Not necessarily in this round, but it was just something that I saw and I needed to highlight as well.
Let's see if he can keep it up. Always a chance, unless you don't have a raffle to go for the spray transfer, of course. Shine Jez with an AK, Elian with that AWP, and Tripex still with that MP9. Tripex still yet to get on the board, 0 and 4 at the moment. Just missing a couple of opportunities. And Guns looking like they are posturing for the upper pop.
Oh, it's a shame because Elian had such a nice advanced position there, went really aggressive. Isn't looking like he's going to be particularly rewarded here. Oh, there we go. Nice pick.
Owner. Going to be able to find one from the boost spot. Tripex playing his life, just looking to play the numbers. Keep the MP9 alive, as Masval has also found himself an AK. And Elian already going for the early rotation. Tripex in the power position, but needs to hit his shots and won't be allowed to. Not peeking, off the unpeak, and unfortunately will have a huge disadvantage there. Tina going to be able to go 1-for-1 with Masval. And if this keeps up, maybe Batera can snatch away around, but Shine Jez is going to be spotted.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but that has alerted Elian to where his rough position is. Hasn't watched the cross and didn't quite see the timing, so could be anywhere really. Thinking, hoping maybe that he's Squeaky. Alas, not the case. And now this round, Guns, all they have to do is sit pretty here. Batera, the call's going to be made to save any second now, I think. Especially given that they've just lost that pick. But Elian has to find somewhere safe to hide. He's just going to go towards the garage.
Ooh, Chase. Picks up one more. Good damage onto the T economy. If you have a look at the bank even after this, when they reinvest, there's not going to be a lot for them to play with. Only takes 5 points of damage. And Tina not going to be able to find a line on him. But that is going to be 4 on the T side for Guns on Nuke. Batera able to buy around the AWP.
Hypothetically,
Across.
this is already a really good half for Guns. Anything else they get on top of this 4 gets better and better for them. And it looks like they are just going to keep building here as well. So anything more is a half that I think they can be happy with. If they get 5, amazing. 6 and above, well, they're well in for their CT side here.
Oh,
Ooh. Missed shot, but Owner's not going to miss there as well. Smoked apart. Just to see if there's anybody else hiding on the other side. Actually isn't going to spot anybody, but Massive sees all of the utilities coming out. Flashed off the angle.
regroup from Guns at ramp. Tripex looking for his 6th attempt to get on the board. Naded. Chipped away at, but a good timing on that re-smoke at ramp will slow Guns down.
That it will. And actually, they've just decided to head elsewhere now. Massful still on top of Mini, waiting patiently, diligently for his time. And actually, as that smoke fades, is now going to be called upon. There's a little bit of utility available for them still to try hold this at bay.
Oh.
Doesn't matter, though.
Doesn't seem to. Full mop up. As we see a 4th found. Good read this round from Patera. I was a little worried. I thought maybe they would show some cracks there. But again, Tina thinking, do I just go for the AK? He's actually bought that AWP and tossed it across to Easy instead. It'll get there eventually. And everyone going to be buying around it.
That seems like it's the name of this game, isn't it? That they just desperately cling onto this AWP and keep buying around it. And actually, it's got them 4 rounds so far. So who are we to complain? But the opening pick, however, is going to go the way of Easy's AWP instead. Shine Jez now taking up the metal on top of Mini. Actually, not going to be needed just yet.
Okay, Owner. Open pick for the round, cracks the smoke or barely misses the nade. And then across the top, Xylo going to be able to use that AWP retrieved from Easy. So recycling can save the round or even the world sometimes. Masval going to be taken out by the Tech 9, and it's just Shine Jez with an AK to try and bring this back. Xylo on the line, missed opportunity, but the info is crucial. Celta swinging from heaven, and that's going to be a 5th on the board. We are trading rounds back and forth.
We really are. We saw this over on map number 1, Dust 2, what was hours ago now as well. And we're seeing it once again now. But it's nice to see that this already looks like it's going to be a closer match than when these teams last played each other on Nuke, where it was a 13-5. I'll be honest, Mac, I'm a little bit scared by the match pause sign appearing again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed.
I am too. I didn't see it. I was just pretending it didn't exist.
Honestly, that's a peaceful way to live, you know? Ignorance is bliss. We can just pretend it's a tactical, you know? Nothing's wrong. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Surely we just get on with it, right?
Maybe?
Unless Tripex is having some issues, because something's going wrong on his end. A lot of it's just, we've seen from his POV how he's dying, and it's just like down to timing a lot of the time. Which is kind of criminal. Patera gonna hedge their bets, just buy down to 2 and a bit K so they can full buy in the next round.
Hopefully. Would be nice to see them have a full buy, because we've seen them forcing and forcing and forcing. And actually, they've actually been awarded quite a nice level of, well, just generally being able to afford weapons here and getting some utility and usage out of them as well. It would be nice to just see a proper full-on, both sides having AK/M4s and full utility, because we haven't really seen that. Now, going into this round looks pretty standard. I really like this aggression, because we saw Elian do this 1 round, but it didn't really do anything. Now it's getting really aggressive, but maybe bitten off way more than they can chew with that one.
Ooh, Charlotte opts against going forward, just goes back, uses the util. And Guns just taking it super slow. Tinner, of course, with event control. Patera may be aware of it, but with the early aggression towards outers, maybe they're not. Either way, Guns going to be able to safely
and silently make their way down through Secret and all the way towards B. It's only a matter of time before Batera lose this round.
Yeah, this one is, it feels very doomed. It's one of those rounds that actually, yeah, we've seen a couple of really nice picks come out occasionally from players with these lesser buys, but this one, as you said, it feels doomed. The timer is ticking, they're going through the motions. Guns, they have an empty site, and I don't think anyone's even going to bother contesting this.
Yeah. Just go for some exits. Try to bolster the economy as much as you can. And again, you know, just play this long, hard-fought battle that is the financial game between Batera and Guns. Both teams just somehow able to fashion buys like round after round is kind of insane. It feels like it's been a while since Batera's taken this eco. And even then, they've still got themselves some kind of opportunity. MP9 going to be even retrieved from Masval. And ooh, it looks like everyone's coming to the party for a little fight here. Tripex gets on the board with his first finally, and that's going to be 2 upgrades found. 3 primary weapons can be carried across into the next, unless that Molly is going to force them all out into the open. The plant doesn't finish off any of the CTs, and that'll be that. 2 AKs saved into the 11th.
Yeah, this is... I always tried to be really nice about it, but Tripex only getting his first kill in round 10 isn't a great sign. And it is only 1 kill still. And yes, they have managed to keep it, I say, fairly even on the scoreboard at the top. But imagine how different this game would be going if Tripex had this incredible showing, or had the same level of showing that we'd seen over the rest of the series. You know, very slow starts on map 3 is not the place to be having them, you know? Slow starts on map 1 can say you're warming up into it, you know? Your opponent's map pick. On map 3, a map that you guys pick fairly frequently, you can't afford to be only getting your first kill in round 10.
Ramp smoke getting blocked later into the round.
Very quiet.
Everyone just, yeah, taking their time, enjoying the peace and quiet.
Enjoy it while it lasts, because it unfortunately won't. Now heading over towards ramp, and it looks like Tripex is about to be called upon to have a moment. We really need to see him shine here, as 3 are going to approach. If you can find 1, possibly 2, that'd be great. There's the first. Flashbang to put a little bit of distance, try force them off in the meantime. However, Seltzer has managed to find a little bit, and they are at a disadvantage here. Tripex hears them, gets a second. That's nice, and has equalized it a bit more. Shine Jazz has managed to get their own kills elsewhere, whittled down this HP as well. And this is a very doable retake should they choose to go for it. They've not got much utility, but it's more than Guns have.
Oh, double up. Nice shot on the leg, but Shine Jazz, they know he's close. It's just a matter of timing on the swing. They're just trying to bait that shot out again. Easy gets it done for 2. Big hold there. Over towards ramp side. Didn't even need the help of Celta.
That is an absolutely beautiful sequence there. And as you said, they were just trying to bait out the shot, but the issue is they both just walk into it. Seltzer is the contingency plan, always nice to have as well. But that was a round that looked so good for them. You know, the double pick from Tripex to try keep hold of ramp and actually just slow them getting onto site. It looked like the start of something they'd be able to do. They were finally in a situation where they were equal in numbers and felt willing to go for a retake, and it just doesn't work. Massive will go a massive with yet another opening pick, but immediately answered.
Crosshair definitely looked good enough for the second, but Dame had something to say about it. Nice trade game. Tin Air gonna be able to find 1, but Shine Jazz, good spacing, swinging together. Keeps Batera Esports in the pole position. 1-man advantage, timing on the swing, finds another, and now they know Sedame's position. After firing that shot, AWP in hand, and that'll be the half. 5-7, Guns in a incredible position to close out the series.
We got a second half of Counter-Strike to get through this series. 2 rounds the gap between Guns and Batera now trying to chase on this T side. A pistol can certainly get him back in the lead, but for how long?
Yeah, tiny, weeny buffer here, 2 rounds. So if Guns lose this pistol, they do have a slight level of comfort, but it is going to have to be immediately right back into it. Alien with another owner putting their name into the ring as well. And this looks like the start to the 5th of 6 pistol rounds this series going their way.
Okay, 4v2. Celta. Able to isolate that first pick, even though Tripex is right next to him. Little flash, going to draw the attention away from Vant. Tina gets the info, flicks around, and it is going to be Batera with the pistol. 6 to 7, 4 alive. Masval even untouched in the round, so he'll get that free upgrade to a helmet and even an AK to follow.
Nice stuff indeed, Batera. They've been so good on the pistol rounds, which really hurts because when you've got, I think it is 5 of the 6 we've seen them take. And then you see them, you know, losing these series or going to overtime and stuff. It hurts a little bit, but you can always trust them to have a really solid pistol. Just a really fast aggression that nobody really knows how to sort out here. And unfortunately for Guns, losing that CT side pistol is the penultimate worst case scenario. The worst, of course, being winning the pistol, forcing and losing, but it's not too far behind here because your economy starts in a very shaky manner. I love this, Zeus. I really hope that this pays off.
Yeah. It's a pretty common spot, though. So let's see if Masval's ready for it, or if anyone just goes for a little pre-fire, a little wall spam to try and clear him out.
If they choose to peek into him, it is just who has the better reaction time with, you know, the MAC-10 up close and
Yeah.
the Zeus. Oh, that doesn't help matters. Come on, please, someone, anyone.
Okay, what do we got?
Oh?
Action. Finally. It's boiled down to this.
There we go.
Zeus will connect.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And now we got just the MAC-10 in the hands of Xylo. Easy. Range gaps. And Xylo another. Okay, so it wasn't all for nothing. Guns do a little bit of financial damage, get a MAC-10 away, and then maybe a Galil there as well at the end. But it is going to be a tied scoreline as Guns move to their guns.
It feels like a little bit of psychological warfare with the Zeus kill as well, doesn't it? Because yes, it's now actually viable to use when you haven't just accidentally bought it, because it does now recharge, it does now award money.
Yeah.
But it also does feel kind of BM, doesn't it? But I'm here for it.
So it is, but it's part of the game. And I feel like more people are embracing it these days since the couple of changes, even just since CS2.
It's one of the things that CS2 has definitely got right, is that the Zeus is now something that is not necessarily shameful to have. And it's kind of useful. Tina, ooh, gonna be needed for a multi-kill. Not good for anything more than one in Tripex. We said had a really quiet first half and is stamping his name on this second half now.
T-sided gamer. Just needed to swing a little bit more to get those picks, I guess. And he's looking to do that. Masval just drawing attention with the wall spam. Easy in the corner. Tripex jiggling. Wanted to clear that left side, but Alien close to trade. And that's going to be a 3v1. Let's see if Celta is going to have any opportunity. He's a while away. Still just shift walking his way down the ramp. And Batera just full clearing out the site. Good spacing, making sure there's eyes on every position that Celta could be coming from. But he's going to give it a red hot crack. Late plant. Bought it on default. Ooh. Okay. Damage coming this way. Molly going to force them both out into the open. Isolates the first fight. Shianjaz comes through double just in time to enable the refrag, and that will be 8 to 7. The lead has been found, and Batera are hitting the most rounds they've ever had against Guns here on Nuke.
Yeah, exciting stuff. That it's at least a closer game here, but you know, Tripex monumental in that opening there. If he'd got any less than 2 that round, could have gone south very quickly. But that's what we need to say. In a swing or swung world, be a Tripex, you know? Now, we need to see something like that coming out again, and it looks like a bit more aggression. It looked like, oh, I was going to say, looked like they're wanting to go heavy towards ramp early on, ignoring the smoke. And actually, Ona doesn't need the smoke to get the kill.
Just hopping around. Terry, giving across a lot of information. Seems Dame can put himself in the right position to find impact with the MP9, maybe even a secondary primary for, who's that next to him? Celta. He's going to be tucked away. We've even got a helping hand from up top, Easy. Up there at Mustang. And Dame. It's a good angle to be on as long as he's peeking at the moment that he hits it. 50 on the clock, and Batera positioning themselves to go for this A-pop. But I don't know if they go in this direction or if this is going to be the reroute back to ramp.
I think it looks like A at the moment. It may very well vary based on this initial contact, but it does now look like the commit. Celta gets one, Jello with another, and this is a problem. What was that? An absolute massacre.
That was crazy. Celta, that's so lucky that he was able to get that first pick. The mollies end up working against Batera because they can't swing wide enough. It just got incredibly awkward. They couldn't find the positions, or miscommunication, or something's going on there. Either way, Gun's going to be able to find their first round just with the low buy, and that swings the economy incredibly in their favor. Batera realize it. They know they got to go for the force here. Tripex just going to be saving for an AWP, I guess, later on. It is just going to be a fast one. Molly in the way. Stops them from going upper instantly. Here comes the reactive utility. Molly over towards hut side. Sedane just dancing around default. Tech9 gets the job done, but a fast rotate from Easy. Finds one more. And it's looking like Elian is going to have absolutely no shot here in the 1v4.
No, this has been really nice from Guns. The early utility to hold any aggression, because that's where Batera's been shining a little bit, is when they can get aggressive, get these opening picks. They haven't been awarded any of that so far. And it's left them these really awkward situations, and Guns, they're gonna take the lead once again. They don't, I mean, they have the money on a couple of these players if they did want to go hunting to try take away this weapon. They got to know that money isn't in the best spot for them, and yes, you know, actually no, because they haven't even got max loss bonus at the moment, do they? So money is gonna be particularly awkward for Batera. I mean, you know, you've got 4 grand on Easy. Go on, send the guy Hudzing. Let him off the leash.
I feel like given the circumstances, the leash is going to stay as tight as possible.
Potentially, yeah.
Is unfortunate for the entertainment value, but for the qualification value for Guns, a 9th round is going to be easy to find, but then the 10th round will be even easier because there's going to be so much extra money and so much extra caliber in the bullets just with the AK. That one tap potential with the headshot, the 4K, the 4 bullet spray down, you know, it just goes so far. Even just the extra pen. The weapon is just a staple of the T side, and if you can get it on the CT side and have Batera running at you, that is a recipe for success if you're a Guns fan.
Yeah, it's starting to look up and up for them. Batera, they really don't have much to support this AK with. Elian is going to have to be the star player, the shining example here, and it's actually Ona who's, I do believe, calling the shots for them that has been, I'd say, the most impressive on this roster in terms of leading the charge, and was leading by example here. Tina, awkward position, this smoke, whether they choose to say smoke, sorry, flash, there comes the smoke. They might choose just to get ahead of it. That they do. They can hear him running away. There's no reason not to try chase it on up. Actually, even going so far as to try take maybe a little bit of space towards Hell.
Spotted there, Tina. Not going to get cleared just yet. Masval thinking someone could be close, and it's going to be easy. Oh, he wanted to go swinging. Damage around the corner, but not enough for another pick. Owner going to be able to go for the late trades. Dame making his way to double doors. Full wrap on site, but the bomb down. And a minute on the clock. If Patera can get that bomb back, maybe they just go back upper instead. They got eyes on all these positions. Smokes on all the doors. One's going to be open. The spam will connect, and that's going to buy an extra couple of seconds or so. Patera, man down now.
Dude, they've got to go retrieve that bomb, and now they're ever more worried about player in control, and that there is. Easy with one, Jello with the next, and suddenly 10-round double-digit. Game starting to look like it's drawing to a close here, and Guns, they don't even look like they've been particularly challenged the past couple of rounds. Oh, is that a revolver? Sorry.
That is a revolver. Elian getting around it.
I'm hoping that this is a joke and we are going to see it switch to it. I like half of me hopes it's a joke and we're going to see Deagle win the rounds. No. No, this is something that is happening. Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You seen many revolvers in your time casting Challenger League?
Not Challenger League. I think it got picked up. I think Dexter was doing it recently. JL,
Oh,
bringing
JL
that
hit
up.
that nutty clip, yeah.
Yeah. He's brought the popularity back a little bit. Increased those stonks. And
I
Elian,
get to kill with it as well, man.
where was that? I think that was over towards Outers.
Yeah, because he was on top of Silo, Marshmallow, whatever we're calling it in 2024.
Yeah.
What do you call it? Are
Yeah,
you a
the
Silo fan? Marshmallow fan?
Nah, Silo.
Oh, absolutely same.
It's alright. I understand Marshmallow. It's just when people say weird calls.
Twinkie.
Like I get
I've
main
heard
and mini.
Twinkie.
Yeah, Twinkie's a bit silly, but I think that's more of an American thing.
Yeah.
And then similarly, it's like when I say annex, right? Because main is an annex. It is a small building on the
Yeah.
side of a big building, which is an annex.
It is an
and
annex,
that's
yeah.
just what it's been called in Australia for years.
There's so many that just have like slightly different regional. It's like the underpass, like the little tunnel bit in Inferno. I have heard, I can't even count on both hands how many different names for that tunnel.
Yeah.
So, it's nice to see, regional dialects within CS, and I hope that's something that we get to see continue. What we do also need to see continue is Guns' winning streak. They're on 11 now. Maybe a little bit of a mishmash by with some of these MP9s, but look at this. They storm lobby. Massville, in the meantime, is on top of, we've talked about this, the Annex, but Tina right underneath.
They had places to be. Full clearance of lobby. Tina almost able to find Masval just off the drop sound, and it is going to be the full wrap. Very proactive positioning from Guns. Elian still worried that, someone's going to be lurking around over towards lobby. Drops his Glock down just to try and bait out a push, which is happening, but he's not watching it. Jarlo going to be able to spot that bomb, and with that kind of information, I know that someone will be somewhere. He's fully being baited by that sound. Oh, there's the info. What's first man? Knows one more is deep towards the T-spawn. But Elian, 1v5 angle. Okay, he's got a couple of angles until he's also got a man finding him from the ladder. Didn't hear that run up. And that's going to be 12 on the board. Guns 1 round away from keeping it clean after Patera found, those first 3 rounds this half. It has been all Guns. Go, go, go.
It has indeed. Sedane briefly teased us with the idea of the XM, and XM on Nuke is a severely underrated combo. I mean, we saw the kill come out with the R8. I think it would have been a cinematic ending, but the game's still too close. 4 rounds all Patera needs, and they haven't really found that level of success on this half. But Guns, they really don't want to risk it with any silly and funny business here. Jello on top of Silver here, just dancing on around. Easy, lovely line of sight here into Trophy. Got there early enough that he's got so much information about the goings on that side of the map. Doesn't even really need it because outside it's a slaughterhouse.
Okay, Masval. Not looking like he's going to be able to find those trades that he was looking for. Hard crossfire between main And back a warehouse. And Batera just happily making a little bit more noise. There goes Masval. Not going to be able to penetrate the defenses on outside. And Shine Jazz going to be tossed across the AK instead. Elian falls, and it is just going to be bit by bit. This one's all bloody done. Shine Jazz position has been found, and Stame hunts him down. 13-8, 2-1. Guns will be playing next season here in ESL Challenger League. With that win, they qualify.
They do indeed, and they rewrite history. They take the second series against Batera. Of course, they lost last time. This time, not so much, but they have re-qualified themselves. It's been a very long and arduous battle for them, but Season 49, we will see them as returning faces. But Batera, there is still one more chance awaiting them in the lower seed, lower bracket final as well. One more chance to escape relegation.
Yeah, I hope for them, that they are going to be able to turn it around. We saw so many glimpses of moments that they have what it takes. They certainly have what it takes to play at this level. It's just a matter of finding that consistency, having people show up when it's needed. It was that whole first half where things were just going incredibly awkward. And who was it? It was old mate Tripex took a little bit to get on the board in that first half. What, 6 rounds, 7? Like, you got his first kill,
10 rounds
round or something
10
like
round,
that?
yeah. That's first kill, 10th round. Was it over towards Secret? There's a certain level of trying to be nice about it that you've got to do. But it's also, there's a certain point that you've got to go 10 rounds with no kills is kind of problematic.
Yeah, it's been a interesting situation for them. And look, the Kadir player to watch was Elian, so let's have a look at how he did overall for the series. 45 and 44. Ended up going positive. Had a unfortunate last map. The problem was on that last map is everyone was dying, and you saw him in 1vx's so many times, and that wasn't even his own fault. Sometimes you'd see him, going for those aggressive plays, taking the map control, being in the right position. So he was doing his job. Unfortunately, some other people weren't doing theirs, and that's when the plan crumbles.
Exactly. But fairly consistent, a lot of impact in the rounds that he was able to. And as you said, it was really unfortunate. He'd go for these aggressive plays, and it'd be the one round that nobody was going outside. And he'd be left in 1v4, 1v3. We saw him saving time and time again just to try keep that AWP, to try have that impact that we know that he can have. But yeah, still doing a fairly good job trying to help his team towards a victory, but not just quite today. But with that all being said, I think that's us done for the day. We've kept you guys for a really long time. Thank you for sticking with us through all of the tech issues as well. We really appreciate it. But any parting words for us, Mac?
Have a good sleep, everyone. It's been a long day, a long evening, and it's been fun Counter-Strike, but we got more tomorrow to get to.
Exactly. So that is it from us. Have a wonderful evening, night, morning, whatever it may be for you, and we will see you all really soon.